And we're live with day 2 of a Midwinter Nights Con. I'm Ken Johnson at CK Tricky on Twitter, joined by my many co-hosts, but I'll start with the primary co-host, Seth Law, at Seth Law on Twitter. Seth, say hi and kick it off.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the second and final day of Midwinter Nights. We're really excited for the lineup this evening. Excited from the feedback that we got yesterday, all the good talks that were there. We hope everyone enjoys it, get some good info out of it tonight. I do want to call out Ben, Abdullah, and David for being on with us. Stefan, and there's a couple others that have also helped out that aren't on the stream right now, but you'll see them throughout the night. Before we jump in, I know we've got a couple of minutes before Dominique is supposed to speak to us. But I wanted to run around the room, see if there's anything that, any of the other organizers would like to say before we jump into it today. So, Ben, you're up next on the around the screen. So go for it.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I just want to say how proud I am of what this conference is becoming and the wonderful speakers we had last night. So if you missed that, just feel free to go watch the videos. They're online right now. They'll be broken up later. And to just get ready for another fun night. And then one last thing, this is a free virtual conference. So thank you for putting the available donations. We had Toys for Tots and Electronic Frontier Foundation. I want to make sure I get that right. So, or it's disconnected. Sorry. So feel free to donate if you feel so inclined. And again, I hope we have another informative night.
Cool.
Awesome.
Dula, David, anything to add?
No, we're good. Let's do this.
Yeah, they're already asking for
things off again. Yeah. They want to hear the speakers. They don't want to hear us talking about.
Yeah. They don't want to hear us. The beard competitions and all that.
Cool. Well, let's bring in Disconnected then, Ken.
All right.
Let's kick it off. Let him go to town.
Oh, well, hold on. First of all, let's get a full picture of Dominic. Let's see here. All right. So Disconnected. Thank you for joining. Let's see. So, yeah, Seth, I don't think there's anything else to mention. Yeah, I guess we can just go right into it. Dominic will add your presentation here, and we will be, so just so you know, Dominic, we are going to be in the green room. We can hear everything. We can come in if there's any audio issues, or if you have anything that you need. So we're here, but you won't see us. We'll be off screen.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Go for it. Thanks.
Yeah. So, hey, I'm Disconnected, and I'm going to talk about various interesting and also not bugs case study. So, a few words about me. I'm a senior security engineer at Trail of Bits. I also play capture the flag competitions in Jaska the Fish team, which I'm a team captain there as well. I work on security stuff, so I also do low-level things and reverse engineering, and I contribute to some open source projects here and there. I also got a blog in the internet, but it's not working currently. So here's the roadmap for today. I'm going to start with CSTR and Finder, which was a small research about string-related bugs in C I have made a few months ago. Then I'm going to talk about some Docker leaks related to the sys file system, one of which was actually a kernel bug. Related to that allows to bypass ASLR for kernel modules. And I'm also going to talk about some insufficient heap mitigation in glibc allocator. So yeah, let's start with CSTR and Finder. And this research started with an idea, or actually thought about the string functions in C. So there are a few functions that work very similar to the str and CMP function here shown. So this function actually takes two pointers to basically to two constant strings, and also a size. And basically, this works very similar to str CMP, which compares the two strings, and then it returns 0, -1, or 1 based on the result, whether one of the values is less than, equal to, or greater than 0 when comparing. And the str-ncmp differs in only that it compares only the first n bytes, or actually at most n bytes, up until a null byte. So that's the difference that was added by adding this argument. So we can see the example here when we compare the some C string variable with a prefix constant string literal and a hard-coded string size of 7. And so if we would start with comparing a string of A with this prefix, we would get -1 because A is actually a lower value than P if we convert it to like ASCII number. Then for the Z itself, we'll get a result of 1 because Z is after P. And then if we try to match the same strings, we get 0. And if we try to match something that is longer but is also prefixed with this prefix, then we also get 0. So the question is, what can go wrong here? And I guess the answer is pretty straightforward. We have this hard-coded value here. Well, the question is, why is it hard-coded at all? Why isn't it derived from a past prefix? Because there might be some issues with when this value is hard-coded in a bad way, not really related to the string literal length of the prefix itself. So yeah, I don't know why it was designed this way, but that's how it is in C, and you have those functions. But some people wrap them in some better ways, I would say. So let's get back to the CSTR finder. So the idea was actually to find bugs related to those cases. So it all started during one night when I spent maybe 2 or 3 hours manually git cloning like 200 repositories, or basically downloading them from the internet, of various projects, as you can see. And there are also things like GCC or Linux kernel here, and others. And then I started grepping for interesting functions, because as I shown you before, there's this case of str-ncmp, but there are also other functions that also take the length argument, and they might be broken in similar ways. So that's what I started with, basically. I grabbed all those projects for those regular expressions, as you can see here. And obviously, this regular expression is not ideal because it will miss some cases. For example, when we will have a new line after str-ncmp and before the parentheses, then we will miss this case. Another case we will miss is when there will be more than one white space here. I could use an asterisk instead of a question mark here, but I didn't. But basically, yeah. One good thing about this regular expression is that it might also catch cases where the project itself wrapped one of those functions and called it very similarly. Like, for example, I believe PostgreSQL project had this PG underscore prefix for functions like str-ncmp. Yeah, this should detect those cases. And the next thing was that I wrote a Python script to parse the results. And the TLDR for the script is we start with ugly line parsing. So for example, when we have a line like this, when there's an object that is casted to something, and then, or actually a field is first retrieved, and then the field is casted to a type, and then it's also passed to a function, which will in the end return with a character pointer. And then this is also compared to a string literal that sometimes is also casted to something. I don't know really for what, but okay. And there is this hard-coded value. And so we also have to like remove those casts and don't really care about one of those values. And we only want to filter only those cases where we have when one of the arguments is a constant string literal, because we can calculate this length. And when there is also a hard-coded length. I believe I also handled some more complex cases where size of or strlen is used on something that is constant, but I didn't include it here. And in the end, we have to compare the lengths. So we have to compare the length of the constant string literal and the hard-coded length. And let's see what different outcomes we can have. And here's actually an excerpt from the script I have written. So first case, which is a possible bug, is when the string literal length is longer than the hard-coded length. And here's actually an example of one of those cases where the underscore timer colon is actually of length 7, but the hard-coded length is 6. And this was actually a bug in Linux kernel that I found with this technique. But basically, when I find those cases, I am just printing some XXX, the line itself, then the length of the string literal and the hard-coded length. Then I have also cases that I call Z. This is basically arbitrary naming, but in the end, here are cases where we have a length that after adding 1 equals to the hard-coded length. And yeah, basically it takes into account the null byte itself here, or it doesn't take a null byte, one of those. And the last case was the case of Y, which is kind of something that does not spark joy. So those are cases where the hard-coded length is bigger than the C string length, than the string literal length. So we can have we can try to compare with a prefix of like two characters, as we can see on this example here, but we compare it with like 30 bytes. And this actually is not a bug itself, because the function will compare only up until a null byte. So this is okay, but this is something like maybe some issue like copy-paste bug or something. There was also another case for like debugging, but whatever. And here I got some examples of the results. So for example, for the XXX case, which is probably a bug, we have this case in the LDNS library, in some case.c file, where we have the comparisons. And here we always compare with a hard-coded length of 2. And the strings, the literals that we compare, starts with a digit and then a space and then an algorithm name. And in this particular case, this is not a bug, because the developers wanted to compare just the string itself and not really required to pass in also the algorithm name. And this was, if I recall correctly, this was actually some command line parsing. So cases like this are actually correct, even though they seem bug prone. But yeah, that's how they kind of use this bug as a feature, I would say. Another actually correct case, I would say, is when, for example, GCC had its own test suite and actually tested whether the strings, whether the functions returned proper values. Yeah, and those happened even in like Clang, I believe. And we also come up to some true positives. So for example, here are some free cases from GCC and also free cases from the Linux code base. And so in the GCC cases, for example, in the first case, they had this .lbss being compared with a length of 5, while the string, while the literal itself has a length of 6. So this is basically an off by 1, probably when expecting a section prefix when processing some ELF file maybe. And so this will match, for example, .lbssx strings. So this is most likely a bug, and as I sent it to them, it was confirmed and it was already fixed. There was very similar case with an of a similar error with another section prefix name, and there was another case with some CF string ref being compared in the darwin.c file with some identifier pointer or something like that. And here they have an off by 3, actually. So this means that we can pass in a string called CF string XXX or basically anything, and it will match here. And so, yeah, that's another bug that they fixed. I didn't really look that deep if that was, for example, exploitable or something, but potentially that could have been. And in the Linux kernel, they had even kind of worse cases, like off by 4, when matching some kernel module parameter name in an Ethernet driver in Samsung's driver. Similar case in NVIDIA driver, as exactly with like the setup of the kernel module itself. So this is probably not exploitable or not as much security bug itself. But the last case here is in the perf tools. So they compared prefix for the file name with system // and they compared only 11 bytes, while the constant literal for this path has 12 bytes, which basically means that this check will be passed with whatever path that doesn't end with / here. So if someone would be able to create a directory or maybe a file within system that starts with lib but isn't in the lib directory itself, then this could be exploitable. I believe it wasn't, because the system path is probably present on Android, and I believe it's only owned by root. So I don't think this was exploitable, but still could have been. And yeah, as I said, all those bugs were actually fixed. And there were those Y results, which are really like why someone implemented it like this, but it's still okay. And I didn't really visit much of those bugs because I don't feel it can be used anyhow badly. Maybe if someone changes the code itself to use a longer constant string, but otherwise probably not. And there are those ZZZ results, which includes null bytes. So it seems like they should just use strcmp, but maybe they need to just check for maximum of 5 bytes for some other reasons. I don't know. So I also didn't look into those much as well. But this ended up, I spent like maybe 3 hours just cloning the repositories or downloading them. And it was only 220 repositories. So the question is like, how do we scale it up? And the answer is pretty straightforward. There is this thing called Google BigQuery, and I got this idea from Live Overflow's video, so thanks to him. And Google BigQuery allows us to query tons of data, and there are a lot of public data sets in there. For example, one of them is GitHub repos. And as you can see here, it says it has like almost 3 million public repositories indexed in there, so that's pretty neat. One bad thing is that it says it's last modified at 2019, so that's not nice. But there are other data sets called GitHub Archive that have more data, more recent data. And we can also see this, and here I implemented the query for the Google BigQuery, because you write the query in SQL, so maybe it's not super straightforward, but it's also not that super hard. We basically take 2 tables, files, and contents, and we join them. And for the contents itself, because the files table is like something that just references the file in the contents table, and the contents table contains basically the contents for given file IDs or file paths. I don't remember. But what I did here is I wanted to be able to filter those contents by something that is meaningful for me. And there is no way to filter based on language, on programming language itself. So instead, I filtered just the contents based on the interesting function names that I want to look for. And afterwards, I filtered those files even further to find all function calls, because then I can parse them and find bugs, basically. So this regular expression here is pretty weird and pretty longish. And the reason for that is in this particular regex engine, as in a lot more others as well, you cannot kind of match the starting and ending of a given parenthesis. So instead, I am matching up to 6 recursive calls within a given function call. So for example, there could have been a line called strncmp where one of the arguments would contain a call, when its argument would also be a call to a function. And I believe this will catch more or less most of those cases, of those function calls cases. I also fixed the kind of issue with not matching more than one white spaces, and this also matches cases with multiple lines when the call is spread into multiple lines. So this was pretty neat. And for the results itself, I got almost 8 gigabytes of files to process. Then those files had around 33 million records. So basically files containing STR function calls. And after filtering, there was only like 2 million results. And later on, after filtering over only XXX results, so those that can probably be buggy, we had almost 300,000 results. And in the end, I also made some more filtering based on some GitHub repository stars and trying to like remove forks and take only the most popular repository, because it ended up that like a lot of the results were coming from forks. For example, of the Linux kernel forks, I believe there were like a few hundreds of them. Yeah. And then I also manually reviewed potentially more interesting cases by grabbing through the 11,000 results. And for those interesting cases, that could have been, for example, strings that ends with a / character, because that's something that could be a path, either a file path or an URL path. And this could be something that maybe you would allow to bypass some checks, or basically exploit something. Then also cases when an extensions are incorrectly matched, for example, .exe with compared to like only 3 bytes, because maybe you could bypass some checks as well. And then when parsing some formats and mismatching some syntax due to wrong size. So for example, I looked for strings that ended with parentheses or XML tags or colons or dashes, things like that, that could have been used in some kind of language or format, because maybe there's some off by one that would allow to do something wrong here. And for the end results, I got around 60 bugs that I reported, and most or all of them were fixed. So for example, there were those 3 bugs in the Linux kernel, which were mostly off by one, I believe, or maybe I think one of those wasn't off by one. There were 2 bugs in GCC that were, or actually one of them were actually 2 bugs, but reported in just 1 bug report. There was one mistype type name in PostgreSQL, so you could use the JSON to TS vector function, and when you are using this function, you have to pass a type name in a string, and this string can be just string, but you could have typed string X instead of string. There were other issues in some other libraries, like one of the Google input tools library had an off by one when parsing XML comments, and this could have been very interesting because you could have cases where such XML would be parsed by 2 different libraries, and one of them would have an off by one and incorrectly parse a comment, and another one would not. So you could maybe bypass some, I don't know, XSS auditor maybe. But I haven't really found a use case of this library that would have this bug. So I reported them. I think it was fixed, but yeah. Then there was also an Android bytecode optimizer that had off by one with some slash in one of the Facebook projects. Even in one of the Apple projects, there was incorrect path check with an off by one, which was probably not very interesting because it seemed like it was a very old path that would probably not be used anymore, but the code was still there. and they already fixed it in their open source repository. There were a bunch of others, yeah. And by the way, there was also one funny case which could have been a potential bug there, and that was in Android kernel for LGE phone, I believe. And this repo has like 6 years, so I don't believe it's used and this code is used anymore. But basically, they had this check for debug mode, and this debug on string literal has 7 bytes, but they compared it with 5. And based on that, they enabled this flag here. And another weird case is they had a check for debug off, but this debug off didn't have any logic for disabling debug mode. So that was maybe a backdoor, maybe just a bug. It seems like if you wanted to disable debug and using this debug off command, then you will end up having debug mode enabled. And I have no idea if that particular code path was triggerable by user space or something, but the code was there, so there was a bug like this. And for the research itself, there are still cases that it can't find. So, for example, when you would have when instead of having a hard-coded string literal, you would use a macro definition, or if you would use a constant variable that would be known at compile time, you would not detect those cases with this graphing approach that I showed you before. And this can be solved with CodeQL, which is a tool from SAML, or actually right now from GitHub. And I have written this CodeQL query that I use from time to time during some like audit projects. And the one issue here is that the code must be compilable, but the good thing is that it resolves things that are known at compile time. It doesn't do any data flow tracking right now, but that's something that could be further improved in here. And I need to basically push it to the official GitHub query repository. But it's there, and I'm not going to demo it here, but you can try it yourself. Yeah, and that's all I wanted to show you for the CSTR and Finder research. I will also publish these slides later on, so if you want to like look through some of the results, you can do so. Then the next thing I want to talk about is the Docker leaks for the sys file system. And I made this small research with my friend Basim, and thanks to him for that. But to start with, the Docker itself, when you create the container, it has a lot of mount points. And this is the whole list, except of I commented out some cgroups mounts here. But basically, as you can see, that there's a lot of it. And some of those mounts are actually mounted in a way that you can both read and write files in there. And this is usually meaningful because you might want to access files in your Docker container. But for example, the proc file system is readable, which might not be cool because there are a lot of places there where you could change some configuration of the files of the system itself. Yeah, and plenty others are also readable. And by the way, for the proc file system itself, while it's readable, they disable some paths in there for you by mounting them again with either TMPFS or just proc file system itself, with some options that just doesn't give you any files in there or doesn't give you access to it, or also read-only, as you can see here. And so those paths here are actually in there because Docker manages this list of masked paths, which they add things to this masked paths whenever something can be broken based on that path. And so, for example, there was this case where in the proc asound directory, you could, for example, leak media playback status of the host with the command, as you can see below. So basically, you just spawn the container, and in this container, you read the proc asound card something status file, and this status could tell you whether some music is playing on the host itself. And the similar bug in this proc asound path was with leaking of monitor type. So yeah, that's why they actually disable some of those paths there. And yeah, this is an old bug, and it was already fixed by basically adding into this mask paths. As you can see, this the first path proc A sound is this one that caused this bug. But also, I said that a lot of those paths are, or actually mounts are readable, but we don't really need them to be readable to leak something, as you could see in here. And you could actually leak similar things to those reported and fixed already through sys file system. And I believe this bug is still not fixed in Docker, but I didn't check in the latest versions. So for example, if you enter sys class directory, and then some of the directories later on, which we actually print out with the wildcards here, there might be those EDID or WWID files, and they can give you, for example, information on your monitor type or your disk type. And actually, those files are only readable by root. So this bug is only there if you are root in the container, which might be your case, might not be your case, because you shouldn't use root in your containers. But there are also more interesting sys file system leaks. For example, you can leak container IDs or name of the services that are running on host. And this actually works without root access. Although it requires some specific setup, but a lot of distributions have this default setup that works here. So the case looks like this. We have this execution of Docker run. When we remove the container, we get into it interactively, and we pass in the user 1000 with a group 1000, just to be sure we don't really, we are not root. And then we execute this command. So we basically want to list files in the syskernel slab something, then cgroup directory. And we process this line with like awk, sort, unique, and just list the tail of it. And as you can see here, we are seeing some services that are being listed here. And those services are actually running on the host. They are not present in the container itself. But we have these names of the services that are running on the host. Then we can also get names of the other container IDs, because it seems like there is this directory called UTS namespace with probably the namespace name for the container, but the namespace name for a given container is just its ID. So we are getting this ID here. Another interesting thing is that we might get some information about sessions that are running on the host. So user sessions, for example, but this might not, during my test, it doesn't work everywhere. So I'm not sure what's the certain condition or constraint here. The question is, why does it even work? Like, why are there some directories that give us such information? Because we can't really read data in those directories when we are not root, but we can read the directories names, because that's how those permissions there work. And so this is because it's some debug information, and this debug information, in order to be enabled, it requires the slab memcg sysfs on kernel compilation option, and you also need memory cgroup controller being enabled. So the latter condition, memory cgroup controller enabled, is usually, you usually have it in your Linux kernel. The first condition, slab memcg sysfs on the kernel compilation option, you might not have it, but if I recall correctly, Ubuntu still has it. So you might have this leak on your system. And the thing is, we can actually also monitor this live. And I want to thanks to Felipe from Trail of Bits for the payload for it. And we can actually see it on a short demo. So I am SSH to another Linux machine where I am running this Docker run command with this like finding all the files in the sys, putting them in the initial file path. Then in a loop, I am basically snapshotting a date with this find, and then I am comparing the last and and new results. And I'm removing the last, like swapping them or something. And let's run this. I'm actually running here as a root, but it would also work without root. Maybe I can add this here. Yeah, I think it was -u. Oops, missing space. Oh, and there needs to be a, yeah. Oh, wait. Do I need one? Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. I have it right now. Okay, what's going on in here? Why do I have permission denied for a file? Is it not running in a container? Let me try again. Or maybe let's try it. I'm pretty sure it works without root. Maybe there's some problem with the file path I'm saving to. I'm not sure here, but this should work without root as well. Anyway, so now I am, for example, let's start. So here we are on the container and we are monitoring this those directories. And now let's try to actually launch some service. So let's do, for example, launch Nginx. So if we launch Nginx, we'll actually get a lot of directories, a lot of those debug directories for the Nginx service, and we can actually see it in the div itself. If we also try to like run another container, we will also see it here with the container ID. As you can see, the container ID actually starts with this ID that is being leaked. So that's basically the container ID. And we can basically monitor what's going on the host system, look what container IDs are being spawned, what services are running, and so on. So this can be interesting for an attacker if they want to like exploit some other service that is running on the host, but they have only access for the container. And there is yet another leak that turns out to be a kernel bug, as I said, and it's kernel modules addresses bypass. KASLR bypass, actually. So there is this sys module overlay directory, and by the way, this one actually requires root access, but it's still the bug which we'll see in a moment. So basically, there's this sys module directory, which we can actually see here. It contains directories for all the kernel modules that are loaded, or most of them. I'm not sure if for all, but I believe that probably yes. And then in some of those, there might be this sections directory, which have the name of the sections present in the binaries for those kernel modules, and those contain addresses. And here I have a kernel that has this bug fixed, so I don't really see those addresses here. But in the previous kernel versions, we could see those addresses here. And so, yeah, we can actually get all of those leaks this way with cutting all these modules and their sections. And so the question is, what was the bug? And it's probably worth to mention that normally you can read kernel module addresses via the proc file system. Proc file system itself, there are those files called modules and calsims. But if we try this on Docker, the addresses will all be zeros, as you can see here. The addresses for the calsims and for the modules are all zeros. They are basically removed from us because we lack certain permissions, even though we are root user. And the reason why we are not having permissions is, or we are not seeing those addresses, is because we lack the cap syslog Linux capability, because the root privileges are spread into capabilities, and Docker disables some of those capabilities by default. And so we can't really leak those addresses. We might leak actually the layout of those symbols, but we can't leak the addresses itself. And we can actually leak them if we add the cap syslog capability, as you can see here. And there is one catch. If we had kernel.kptr restrict equals 2, which is a kernel runtime parameter, we would have zeros being returned here as well. But sadly, this option is not a default, for example, on Ubuntu, as I recall. But this was not the case here because we didn't have the capsys and we could still see the addresses. And actually, the conditions for the bug to work is that the kernel kptr restrict had to be lower than 2. So it could be either 1 or 0. The slide is broken here. We had to be root, and we don't really have to have the capsys capability in order to see those addresses. So basically, the bug is that the capsys capability should the lack of the capability should disable sync of those addresses, but it's not the case here. And the bug fix for it was kind of straightforward, but not really. The bug was that they had this check for this restrict value being less than 2, instead of using appropriate, like considering other factors like capabilities. So this is the commit that fixed this bug, but actually they also refactored some of the other code to have, for example, this function call since show value, I believe, or maybe there was there. Anyway, I reported those bugs to Docker and Linux kernel, and we can see the timeline here. So I first reported the bugs to Docker, and I got reply that they will probably fix it via using the mask paths. And also that the memory addresses should be reported to the kernel devs, because I wasn't sure that it's a kernel bug at first. And then I also informed the security at kernel about this KSLR bypass. I also investigated it myself, and the bug was confirmed by Keith Cook, and then there was this discussion between him, Greg, and Linus as well, which was kind of nice about how to fix that. I also asked Docker for an update in the meantime, and later the kernel got patched for this issue. And then I also pinged Docker again, informed them that the Linux bug was fixed. And in this month, like 2 weeks ago, I asked Docker for an update, but I didn't get any update from them. So I have no idea if that's fixed, but I informed them that I'm going to disclose those bugs here. Because maybe those bugs are not as impactful for them to fix them. I don't know. The last thing I want to talk about, even though I have probably 5 minutes left, is glibc heap corruption detection and like some security mitigation. And of course, I want the full glibc heap 101 here because there is no time. But TLDR is that in glibc, there is this struct for allocated memory chunks. And this struct is called malloc chunk, and it starts with this pref size and size fields, which are of type internal size t, which is actually size t, and it's usually 8 bytes on 64 bits. Yeah, for example, the size, it's actually the size field here also contains some flag bits, which is irrelevant here actually. But then, whenever you are allocating something, the malloc actually doesn't return an address of the malloc chunk. It actually returns you 16 bytes past it. So it returns you the address of the FD field itself. And whatever you put there overrides all those other fields because they are not really used whenever the chunk is allocated. Those fields can be reused whenever the chunk is deallocated in some cases. But before your allocation, you have this pref size and size fields, which is important here. And there are also one thing I want to mention. There is this feature called fast beans. So whenever you are freeing something, malloc is actually holding those freed pointers in some linked list called beans. And one of those linked lists is actually fast bean. And this fast beans can have given size or actually also like given fast bean index in the end. And when we have a equals malloc of x, then we free the a pointer, then we also allocate x bytes, but assign it to b, then malloc will actually return us a pointer, the same pointer as a, because it basically cached the freed pointer to be returned to us later on in order to not free this memory into this file, into the operating system itself, because that would probably be slow. So malloc is kind of managing the memory that the system gave to it and trying out to make it fast. And in the end, when we do something bad, like change some internal metadata for the given allocation, or actually deallocated chunk as well, or which we call bin, the malloc or free will feel bad, which basically means it will probably detect the corruption and crash the program. This is helpful for developing, and also for this is also a security mitigation here. So the bug is pretty straightforward. There's this int malloc function, and somewhere in this malloc function we have this check for the, well, it starts with well, it doesn't start, but somewhere in this function we have this check whether the size for the allocation is included in the fast bins. And when it is the case, we are getting this fast bin index in the first line here. Then we are also grabbing some victim, which is, I believe it's an either next pointer or the first pointer. And later on, we do a check over this victim. And this check uses the chunk size of the victim and then fast bin index of this chunk size. So let's see what the chunk size does. It basically takes the size, removes the size bits values, and takes this size in the end. Then it takes the index of the fast bin. And this fast bin index, it actually does some like shifting here, but it doesn't matter. The shifting itself doesn't matter. What matters is that the size field is of a type of size t, which is 8 bytes on 64-bit architectures. But we are casting here into an unsigned int, which is usually 4 bytes on 64-bit architectures, which basically means that if the size is corrupted in a way that this value will overflow, then we won't really detect the corruption. So in the end, there is an overflow used for corruption checking. So I would call it's not a bug, it's a feature. Actually, this feature is used for exploiting CTF tasks, and probably also somewhere else, basically to place a fake deallocated chunk or allocated chunk when we can't fully override the size value, when we have some heap overflow or something like this. And I didn't report it myself yet, but I will do so. But maybe it's in the bug tracker. I don't know. This bug is most likely known by a lot of people because a lot of CTF players use this as an exploit vector for heap bugs. But I don't know if the upstream knows about it. But it can be easily fixed by changing this one cast line to use size t type instead of unsigned int. And to sum up my presentation, you can find a lot of stupid C bugs with just normal grabs, but while the talk wasn't about, you should probably also see samgrep and CodeQL projects because they are probably more useful than normal grep. And also Docker wants to isolate you from the host, but the way it's designed doesn't really allow for full isolation, I would say, because there are all those mount points that can leak a lot of data, information about the host. And you might also sometimes find stupid bugs in kernel that probably wouldn't be a big deal without containers, because you would need special conditions like lack of this syslog capability and also be a root on the system. And also security mitigations may also be broken, for example, in glibc. So that was all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Sorry, just adding everyone back into the stream. Thank you so much, Dominic. That was an excellent presentation. And I think I've got everyone on here. No. Stefan, I'm adding you because I'm sure you have something to say.
Well, no, I mean, I actually watched Dominic as he was developing this, so it's I don't have questions because we talked about it, but I do think Dominic does lots of really interesting things in the Linux space here. It's basically what we tap him for on all the assessments. If you're interested in some of the other things that Dominic has found, he's also found a whole bunch of interesting bugs in Kubernetes itself. Dominic was one of the 3 people, along with myself and Bobby, who's also been on Absolute AppSec, who were actually doing the Kubernetes assessment, and Dominic mostly focused on like Linux C group stuff and Linux more generally, and found all sorts of interesting things. So this isn't his first rodeo, but very interesting bugs always in that sort of space.
Great. Yeah, I don't think we necessarily have any questions. There's been a couple of comments that have come in, mostly just saying good job, Dominique. Super informative. So we'll kind of let you take that offline, and we'll get it posted as well with all the other talks. We appreciate you giving the time to us though for the conferences. And yeah, anything else from organizers? Ken?
Thank you for staying on late, Dominic, since
Yeah.
is in Europe and it's it's so late.
It's almost 11 p.m. here.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Awesome. Well, great job. Thank you so much. All right. So I will, Seth, I'm going to, and everyone else, I'm going to bring in our next speaker, Naomi Buckwalter, who is going to discuss 6 things DevOps wants from InfoSec. I can't talk. I got a frog in my throat. Anyways, yeah, welcome, Naomi, and thank you for joining us. We're going to start removing some of the other folks, I think. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. No, Naomi, are you able to share your presentation?
I don't want to overwrite Dominic, so here I go.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right, I think we've got that.
Cool. Yeah.
So, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we'll hand it over to you, but we'll be monitoring behind the scenes. There's that private chat if you need to get a hold of us. But we are in the green room, still online. So if something happens, let us know.
Cool.
But otherwise, we'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Seth.
Thanks.
All right, awesome. Hey, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with me today on this snowy Thursday evening. Oops. Depending on where you're watching from, of course. It's absolutely great to be here at this year's Midwinter Nights Con with this awesome team at Absolute AppSec. I'm a huge fan of your podcast, seriously. And if you're watching this and you haven't checked out Absolute AppSec's podcast, please, please, please do yourself a favor, give yourself an early Christmas present and check it out because it's amazing. I think they just passed their 100th episode. I think it's like up to 116. I just checked, and they've got all my favorites on there, and I fangirl every time when I listen. So what I love about the podcast is that it covers pretty much every aspect of security, not just the application security domain, which although application security is my favorite domain, but it covers like news from the industry, exploits, and all these kind of great things. So I love it, and check it out. And if you've been checking out the conference like I have in the background, you'll realize that we've talked a lot about technical exploits and some of the more like hands-on dirty stuff of application security and cybersecurity in general. So for this talk, I actually want to switch gears for a little bit and talk about the human side of information security, because we're all humans, at least I hope we are, and we have a human side. So it's about to get a little touchy-feely over here, but don't worry, I'll keep it PG. But first, a little bit about me. My name is Naomi Buckwalter, and I'm the Director of Information Security and Privacy at Energage, where our mission is to make the world a better place to work together. I've been in tech for over 20 years and have worked on application development teams and DevOps teams, big and small, both as a developer and as a security advisor, which is what I currently do. And over the years, I have learned quite a few things. about relationships between DevOps and security teams that I'd like to share with you tonight. I've titled this talk 6 Things DevOps Wants from InfoSec, in which I explain a few things that I think will help you as an information security professional make interacting with DevOps teams just a little smoother than what we sometimes see between security and DevOps. This is what I like to call kind of like a marriage counseling session between DevOps and InfoSec. Just kidding. Or maybe I'm not. All right, let's start with this. Picture this. You, yes, you, are a developer rock star on a team of similarly skilled, butt-kicking, zero-defect writing, coding ninjas. You guys are amazing and you get things done, right? Your team has spent the last few months cranking out a new product, closing stories and epics left and right, hardly sleeping, but not caring at the least because your team is awesome. You're amazing. You're building next generation, bespoke, awe-inspiring, industry disruptive software. You're making the world a better place. You are days away from your release and you hand over your baby over to the security team for security testing. Here we go, little baby. And boom, you get hit with a security assessment report, 20, 30, 40 pages long. Your app, your baby, is riddled with security flaws. Your infrastructure is deemed a flaming hot mess. And your once beautiful, pure, and perfect DevOps love child has morphed into a screaming, fist-pounding, public tantruming toddler in desperate need of a nap. And your team is not very happy. You now find yourself stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do you release your product on schedule with known security defects and risk your company's security posture and reputation? Or do you patch, retest, and release a hardened product, but beyond your initial promise date, increasing project costs and risk losing dollars for the business? It's a really tough decision. It's not difficult at all to see why developers view security as a barrier to their objectives and project goals. It's us versus them, the good guys versus the bad guys or gals. The security is the bad guy or gal. Security is regularly seen as a stumbling block on the path to the promised land of production. Security is seen as a disabler for the business instead of an enabler. So it's no wonder why security can have a bad reputation, at least in the many parts that I've seen in the industry. And now this is what I meant when I said earlier that this talk's going to be a little bit like marriage counseling between DevOps and security, because sometimes DevOps and security just doesn't communicate. Like, we don't talk to each other. Sometimes one team does their own thing without the other team knowing about it. Like that commercial with the husband buying a brand new car for the wife, like as a surprise, like, come outside, honey, I'm gonna show you this. And he's like, and the wife looks at it, is like, oh, you bought me a car. Well, I promise you guys, like, that is so unrealistic. That definitely does not happen, especially me as a wife. I'd be so mad if my husband went out and bought a car without telling me. I'd be like, did you understand that we have a budget? Do you understand I already have a car? Like, I didn't even want a car. And yes, it's a very nice gesture, but like, we should have talked about this. You completely blew out our budget for the rest of the year. Like, that is not cool. Not cool. So that's kind of what we're seeing sometimes and what I've seen between DevOps and security, developers and security teams. That lack of communication, that lack of understanding each other's needs and wants, and certainly expectations, right? And I'm sure if you guys are thinking back to your own marriages, you can probably come up with your own examples. Well, I'm here to say that this should not be this way. It shouldn't be an us versus them, the good guys or gals versus the bad guys or gals, but us together. That's why you see the handshake there. We are all on the same team. We all have the same goals. We should be working together. Kumbaya. It's amazing. So here we go. That was a bit of a long intro, but we finally got here. Here are the 6 things DevOps wants from InfoSec. 6 ways information security can be better to better help DevOps teams be awesome at releasing secure code. Or if you think about it, 6 ways for security to level up its marriage with DevOps. Let's start with thing number 1, empowerment. And yes, I created that little picture there. DevOps teams want to be empowered. And no, I don't mean power as in direct access to the production database server, not that kind of power. I mean DevOps teams want to have the power to be great at security on their own. But wait, you ask, I thought that's security's job. Security has to be great at security. What do you mean that DevOps teams wants to be great at security on their own? Don't they still need us? Well, yes, security is important. Security still needs to be great at security, but developers want the ability to be great at security without the hand-holding and the nagging and everything else from the security team. Developers want to be empowered. So what are some specific things that security can do in order to empower their DevOps teams? Well, you can do one thing, provide security training for your development teams. It's always the first thing that I like to come in with. Get people smart on security. Any developer, and I promise you this, but any developer worth his or her salt will want to write secure code and have secure infrastructure. That's not even a question. There's no developer that I know that purposely writes insecure code, unless we're talking about SolarWinds backdoors. Do you know of any developers who actually do this? But the issue is that maybe the developer doesn't know what they don't know, right? They don't know that their code is insecure or their infrastructure. They don't know that it's insecure. And that's where the security team has to come in. Well, you need to recommend helpful courses or content that would help your developers learn about security. And don't just send them links to like a SANS course or a Cyber course. You want to really get down with them. Hold lunch and learns with your teams. You do the teaching, security professional. You are actually up front of the room doing the teaching or on the Zoom. Work with them, of course, to build in time for training. You don't want to just drop an hour-long training session in front of them. Like put a story or two in there during their sprint to like carve out time so that they can take your training. So it's just part of their sprint. Give them opportunities to learn. Just find fun ways for them to learn security. There's plenty of options out there. Number two, you want to build great security culture within your company and your DevOps teams in particular. You want to create a welcoming, security-minded community in which developers can feel safe to ask security questions. You don't want to do this thing where you're like blaming and shaming, right? You want your developers to be okay and comfortable talking to you. You have to be a people person. You have to be nice and don't make them run away from you and crying. Like that's not a good way of building relationships. You want to actually end up trying to build something what I call security champions and security advocates, and they're embedded now within the DevOps teams. So they speak for security when you aren't in the room. So you always have a security presence, even though security might be completely doing something else in a different domain. And that's awesome, right? That's like scalable security. You can just have this army of security advocates sprinkled throughout the organization, just like it's like singing the praises of security. And then that's really the best way of doing this. And it definitely helps with the burnout, folks, I'm telling you. You want to make security fun. Use positive metrics instead of negative metrics to track application security. Like, don't be like, oh, we have 50 security vulnerabilities that we haven't closed yet, and here's how old they are and everything else. That's a negative one. Like, you want to do a positive one where you're like, hey, we stopped all these attacks, and we stopped, we didn't put in these, or we caught these security vulnerabilities before they got into production. Like those kind of metrics, you want to have those really positive ones. Because a lot of people work better with positive carrots than like the negative sticks, and don't do that thing where security folks do and be like super snobby about security stuff. Developers hate super snobby security people. Try to say that 5 times fast, but you know what I mean. Like, do not be one of those uppity ups and you walk into the room, you're like, I obviously know everything about security. Like, first of all, you don't. Like, everyone Googles. So please don't be one of those snobby security people. Developers hate that. And moving on to number 3, let DevOps own security. This one is huge for me because, well, first of all, it means you kind of have to hand over some of the power and control that you're used to having. But let's think about what giving up this power actually means. First, it gives DevOps ownership of application security, infrastructure security, and it automatically creates an atmosphere in which DevOps now both want to reduce the number of security vulnerabilities and they support whatever remediations or mitigation strategies that these vulnerabilities need in order to fix them, right? There's automatic buy-in to the solutions. You don't have to like force down a solution on them because they're the ones offering up the solution to themselves. And secondly, you're going to have more free time to work on other security domains. Application security is your favorite one, just like everyone else's. But you can spend time where there's 8 domains. You want to find time to do all of the other 7. There's so much to do. So application security, as you know, is probably best left to the developers anyway, because they know more about their code and their infrastructure than you ever will as a security person. It's just hands down. They're in the weeds every single day. So let them shift that stuff left, shift those security activities left, let them own security. For me, that just means more of that empowerment. And finally, and probably most importantly, get out of their way. Don't slow them down. Give them the tools that they need in order to be successful. More of that in a minute, but let them own the problem, then take a step back and just get out of the way. You want to do that thing where you're like, I trust you guys because you guys are awesome rock star developers. You're going to do the right thing. I know you care about security. Boom. They're going to go in and they're going to rock it for you, security person. You're just going to sit back and basically be like, oh, my little Padawans, that was great. That's the kind of thing you want. You just don't want to be in there micromanaging and being like that mother-in-law that's super naggy, right? You do not want to do that, or father-in-law, whatever. Although my father-in-law is pretty great. Anyway, speaking of tools, that brings us to the second thing that DevOps wants from InfoSec. Developers want tools and integrations. Developers love tools and integrations. I don't know many developers who would want to create something from scratch if it already exists somewhere, right? Particularly if it's open source on free on GitHub, or it comes native with whatever service you might already be subscribing to. They just want to find something that works with and put it in, and it works with as little hassle as possible. It won't break. Everything works perfectly. They love that stuff. And also, hopefully they put that stuff in and it doesn't add any additional risk to the organization, but that's perfect stuff, So it's the same for security tools and security integrations. As you know, there are tons of great security tools and features out there. Some are free, some are not. Most of them are not. But here's where security teams can help their DevOps teams really take their relationship to the next level when DevOps teams needs a new security tool or integration. Okay, so the first thing you could do is you could research for them. You can research the security tools and integrations for them. Here's a personal example of one that I did not too long ago with my awesome developers here at Energage while we were looking for an authentication service provider. And I was like, well, I can take a look at that for you guys and I can recommend some. So I literally just went through, created a spreadsheet, and each column had I think I had 4 or 5 different authentication service providers. And I was like, well, here's one. And I just did a bunch of comparisons, depending on what kind of functionality that they had and how that lined up with the requirements that we had and stuff like that. And it basically just checks how much it costs, if there was any training involved, how long it would take, all that stuff. And I just helped them out. And I built them a clear option, a roadmap for them to choose. They're like, ooh, look at this candy in a candy shop, right? And be like, oh, this one looks really good. I won't tell you which one we ended up with, but it was just really clear where you can say, this is the perfect one for us. This is the one we choose. So I help them say, this is the authentication service provider that we want. It's got a super great API. Check this out, guys. I gave them all this amazing stuff about that service provider, and they chose it. They were like, oh, thanks. So helping them choose that provider really saved them a lot of time, because now they can just focus on integrating it and putting it in and doing other things other than the research and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. So I helped them out there, probably saved them a few weeks, right? So that's the kind of stuff that you're trying to look for. Do the research for them. It really helps. And here's a big one. Make sure these tools and integrations are easy to use, because if it's easy to use, they will use it. But say if a tool adds a minute to their build time when a normal build would only take 5 seconds, they're not going to use this tool, right? Because, all of a sudden they're just sitting there every single time something compiles. You're like, oh, it's going to take, another 2 minutes. And, and if they're doing that multiple times a day, that's just going to get people very angry. So you do not want to be messing around with their build time essentially. But things like usability, like if it's frustrating to use, they're not going to use it. If it's broken, they're not going to use it. Like make sure you're getting a tool that really essentially is just like a really good tool that you would use if you were a developer. You know, that golden rule thing really works. All right. And that brings us to the third thing that DevOps wants from InfoSec. Developers want examples, lots and lots of examples. I want you to show them what good code looks like. And what does that mean? Here's some examples of some examples, because this goes beyond mere code snippets. You want to think about like security unit tests and libraries, wrapper classes, filters, and my favorite, regex for allowed characters for different types of input fields. Yes, everyone loves regex. So you can just be like, here's a set of regex for you. And like people are like, oh, thank you. You know, like they're so excited for that stuff. You can nerd out with them. And of course, the more extensible your code, the better. So let them build on top of what you've given them. Like you can just be like, oh, here is a base library that you can use to build your things. It's going to be amazing. And here's something that you want if you want to put a super boost on this relationship builder thing. You want to give developers a place where they can share all this code and the libraries and their YAML files, like put it on corporate intranet if that's still a thing. Make sure that information is indexed so that developers from other parts of the organization can find it. Like let them share amongst each other what they've discovered works best in their frameworks and environments. Like it's pretty amazing. And as an FYI, we do use this here at Energage, but Stack Overflow now has a Teams function that is essentially like a private instance of Stack Overflow. So my team at Energage uses it here. We constantly have security questions asked on there. And it's more than just me answering them, which is kind of nice because then I know that, if I get hit by a bus or I win the lottery or something, like somebody's going to be able to answer security questions on our team Stack Overflow. And it also proves to me that, I'm building a great security culture within the DevOps teams. And it makes me feel really proud. So it's just one of those things, makes me happy. Number 4. I want to say the specificity. I wish I had used an easier word. Specificity. Okay, the fourth thing here, DevOps wants from InfoSec. Developers want specificity. Be specific when giving a security requirement or writing a security bug or vulnerability. Don't just say like meaningless words and phrases like encode, validate input. Like people really need more specific things. Like you don't want to just be like, here's a word, go ahead and you're on your own. Figure that out. Point out the package, the class, the method, the line of code, and the vulnerability. Tell them specifically what the risk is if the vulnerability remains unpatched. Like you want to just be like super, super down in the details. Be like, this is exactly what that means. And if you are a great teacher and you can explain through stories, like that is the best way of actually learning about vulnerabilities. I feel like I've gotten better over the years explaining to different developers what vulnerabilities are and how they can affect the organization just by being there to be like, and here's what happens when you don't. I'll tell them a story of that happening, and it's super interesting when the light bulb goes off in their eyes and they're like, oh, I get it now. It's really, really cool. So be a great teacher of this stuff, tell really great stories. People really, really remember that stuff. So and just to wrap this up, you want to read SDKs, you want to read the FN manual there. You want to help them, the developers, give them 1 or 2 options on writing the code more securely, like rewriting it, evaluate and propose other solutions that address the problem, such as using open source libraries, vendor tools, because these developers are really cranking out the code. Like do the research for them, help them out. All right, number 5, developers want to be able to perform their own security assessments. Now, I know this sounds counterintuitive and a possible conflict of interest, but hear me out. Developers want security to be seamless with whatever they're doing, right? That means security needs to be built in to their development lifecycle. Of course, the earlier the security activities are happening, like security architecture reviews or secure code requirements, the better. That's the whole shift left mentality that we talk about all the time as security practitioners, right? But how can this be done? Well, there are a couple of ideas. You might want to give DevOps teams security cheat sheets and checklists to help uncover possible security vulnerabilities as early as possible in the SDLC. I have certainly done this in the past where I literally will just have a a spreadsheet of things like, have you checked for this? Have you checked for this? All throughout, application stack. There could be like infrastructure things, like what level of encryption are you using on the database? Like all these different things that they be able to use, just be like, oh yeah, we do this, or oh no, we haven't thought of that yet. Like they actually go through the list, and it's kind of like a security questionnaire that you use internally for your developers, and they really like that stuff. Give them really specific requirements. They love specific requirements. It really helps. And number 2, think about auto adding security tasks to technical stories. We use Azure DevOps here. We don't use anything fancy like a Jira, but DevOps actually has this function where it auto adds tasks and things to specific types of stories. So, and the task can just be pre-filled. So some of the tasks are security tasks where you're like, have you done your security coding check? Like things like that. So maybe, and you can always take them out if they're not relevant, but just having those auto added to the stories really helps the developers, because it reinforces. I'm looking at the code. Okay, be specific. Be Pacific. So help the teams out, because you're living in their environment. Like if you're in their world with them, and you're in the same tools that they're using, and you're speaking their same language, and you understand their cadence, and like they're all their like agile things that they do, like that really helps. Because now you're not just like floating above them, just like dropping stuff like a seagull and flying away, be like, here's some things that like, you don't want to do that. You want to be like, in with them and like go with the vibe, understand where they're working in, and try to help them out there. Like you are a service for the DevOps teams. You're not trying to give them more heartache and headache and stomach aches. Like you want to help them out. Like, and remember, they actually want to write secure code. So everyone is on the same team. All right. So what does this all add up to? You're essentially breaking down a large security assessment, which would normally happen at the end of a project before a release, into, now we're calling them mini security assessments. And each one of these are now like sprinkled throughout the development lifecycle, and they all have like their own little scopes, like, so like in the beginning of the project, you're doing requirements and stuff like that, where you're like, all right, or in the beginning of a sprint, you're like, all right, so we're going to do this. Okay, now let's talk about what that means from a security perspective. Are we missing this and this and this? And when we talk about architecture, if we're setting up a new machine or appliance or a new tier or something for databases, like you want to talk about all that with them, and they give them the requirements, be like, have you thought about these specific things for security? And so once they start getting to the habit of talking about security earlier in the development lifecycle, the easier it's going to be at the end, when now all you have to do is literally audit the fact that they've done these things. So you're not like performing a full-on security assessment. You're just coming in at the end and be like, oh yeah, you did that? Okay, great, you did that, awesome. You just keep going down the checklist, and then you're looking at the outputs of that too. Like for example, if they're running security unit tests, all you have to do is verify that the unit tests have run and they all pass, and any outputs from that, and you can actually see and be like, oh, that looks good, you guys ran unit tests for cross-site scripting, oh awesome, like all that kind of stuff. It really helps, especially you as a security person. Now all you have to do is come in at the end and just be like, yeah, you're done, instead of like panicking and then trying to do this full-on pen test, which you're not going to cover everything anyway, because it's you only got like 4 days to do it, and then you're supposed to crank out a report and turn it around. Like that doesn't even work. That might have worked years ago, but that does not work for Agile. It does not work for these teams on 2-week sprints. Like, does not work. So be fast with them, go in their environment, like go in their tools, speak their language, because at the end of the day, it's the last thing here. Developers want to be trusted, because we're all professionals. We all know how to do our jobs. No one wants a big brother looking over our shoulders or holding their hand when it comes to security. You want to trust your developers to build security into their applications, give them the space that they need in order to do this. You want to be a service. Again, security is a service for the business. You are not a nagging in-law. You want to trust them to be great at security. Because yes, trust is built over time. You don't want to just walk in and hand over some tools, code examples, and do a couple of lunch and learns and like call it a day. Like that's not what you're trying to do. You need to be asking the right questions with the developers. Ask them why things are built this way. Ask them what circumstances brought them to choose a particular architecture or coding pattern or whatnot. The fact that you're taking the time to understand their code base and their architecture will go a huge and very long way in establishing that trust and communication between DevOps and security. And that's really what I'm trying to say here, guys. It's like if you have that relationship with the teams and they trust you because now you're on the same team, you're not like a versus kind of thing. You're not a competitor, but you are helping them release their code faster, with more security in mind. Like they will love you. They will say, yes, come, like we accept you, security person. Like they will bring you into conversations. They will include you in your Slack channels. Like that is amazing. You want that. So you want to build that trust. All right. And remember, above all, developers want to be secure. They want to write secure code. Developers take pride in their craft. They want to release the best code possible on budget, on time, within scope. As information security professionals, we can help them accomplish this if we get down in the trenches with them, providing assistance in every way possible, empowering them to fight our security battles together, because we all win when we win hearts and minds for security. And I will leave it at that. That is the end of my talk. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you were able to take something away from it. I know I probably left some time on the clock there, but happy to answer any questions if there are any in the chat. Again, my name is Naomi Buckwalter, and you can find me on Twitter and LinkedIn. My Twitter is a hot mess, so you go ahead and ignore that. But if you're on my LinkedIn, I'm like actually more serious. So go ahead, find me, and happy to answer questions in the chat now if there are any. Seth.
Yes, there was one from Dave Lintner. I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen. He's always got questions.
I know Dave from back in the day, Dave.
Yeah.
Like how Dave asked a question and then noped out of the stream right there.
There he is. Yeah.
His device keeps disconnecting, and I'm not sure why.
StreamYard doesn't like it when you're transitioning. It's just weird. Anyway.
So your question, you want to re-ask that?
Yeah. So Naomi, thank you, by the way, for that awesome talk. Who are the stakeholders in an organization that are really important in making sure that an approach like this will work? And second to that, how do you get buy-in from e-staff? Because this is a big culture change in a lot of organizations. And we're seeing it transform, but what have you seen and what approaches have worked?
Yeah, so when I say about building trust, that really starts at the highest levels. So my first job is to win over the hearts and minds in the entire organization for security. And that starts at the top. So I have a steering committee, a security steering committee, where we meet every month, once a month, and we talk about these kind of things. Like we talk about things that are going on the dev teams and what's going, like what kind of security activities are happening throughout the organization. And once I have the buy-in of the executive teams, it's much, much easier to affect culture change from a security perspective down throughout the other teams. And I almost never have any problems asking for assistance. And again, helping, it really helps that I have security advocates like tech leads and things that really are bought into security. And they will always represent security for me. And I trust them to do that. It's wonderful.
No, that's great. I mean, for me, what we're seeing and kind of goes along with what you're talking about is, engineers are really, really intelligent, and you give them a problem and they're going to solve it. And the problem here is security, and we need their help to solve it. Right?
Yeah, and they love coming up with their own solutions. Like, and already that buy-in is such a huge thing because you don't have to convince anyone it's the right way to do it. They're the ones who came up with the solution in the first place. So you're like, great, yeah,
right.
That works. And they're going to know better than you anyway because they're in the code every day and they're in the infrastructure every day. Like you would just be like a nagging fly. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Go away.
Yeah, they're tired of us telling them that their baby's ugly. I mean,
yeah,
that's
real. Exactly the phrase. I think I took that from my Vanguard days, actually, the whole baby analogy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing I really liked too was how much, and obviously you mentioned Vanguard days, so you've probably seen these sorts of things, but how much like positive things you want security to bring to the table, unit tests and blessed frameworks and those sorts of things.
Yeah, no, it's so true.
That was really great. It was an amazing talk, and also be specific. So
be Pacific, yeah. That's why I laughed in the middle. Sorry, there. I was like, squirrel. Yeah, I mean, I was a developer back in the day, and I remember interacting with security, and I always had this weird taste where they thought they were just better than me, and be like, "Excuse you, like, do you even know what you're talking about?" So I was like embarrassed for them a little bit. You know?
Dave and I.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I have so many feelings about this. Like, I think security could be done so much better. We have such a human side of it that we're lacking that just is hurting us. So if we reached out, built relationships and trust, I know it sounds corny and not cool, but like we can't always be black boxes. We can't just take an input and be like, here's a report, you know, like that's, like you're just going to be ignored. Yeah.
No, it's great. It's not corny at all. It's
thanks.
What we need to be doing is more human side of
the human side. Yeah, I know. I'm okay to be corny. I can tell dad jokes all day.
Yeah, I think the key is it's okay to be a solutions oriented security team.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And if we had great KPIs for that, like I wish there would be some great things that we could measure this, but I have yet to find a good one. If you guys have great ideas on measuring positive security interactions like that, let me know. Sometimes I like to see like how many meetings have I been invited to? Like I'll go back and be like, I was invited to 0. That's not good.
Yeah, that's probably a talk in and of itself. Like, what are great security KPIs? Because I haven't seen any yet.
They're just negative. They're really negative ones, you know, like, and it depends on the maturity of the organization. Like, obviously, if you don't have anything other than vulnerabilities, you're going to want to at least track them. But once you have a good security mindset within the development teams, like they're gonna know when they're like, oh, we stopped a security vulnerability, a possible like injection, or something, but like, and we stopped it before or whatever. But like that kind of stuff gets me all happy. I love that. The warm and fuzzies.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really don't have enough of those, right? That's always the issue.
Yeah, it leads to the burnout. Like we need to celebrate more for sure. If we just security for sure, like you just go and be like, hey, I appreciate you. Make security fun. Just take advantage of like different personalities on your team that like I don't know, just do things like make fun of yourself. That's like the one thing that I love doing is be like, oh, security, we're terrible, But like the developers appreciate that. Like they understand that you're not taking yourself that seriously. It is a serious matter, but you're not going to just be like, I'm the most important thing in the world, right? Like, what I'm getting at. So
the holier than thou attitude.
That's it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The elitism.
Yeah.
Righteousness.
Yeah. I mean, I always go back to as being as a developer, right? And Naomi, you're coming from the same background as you always viewed security as kind of this, like the whole agent of no, right? Like they're the ones that stop us from actually accomplishing what we need to accomplish. And your whole talk's based around what does DevOps or what do they want from security? But that's I don't know. Like I've seen organizations turn around, but I still see the majority of them that I run into where that's the feeling, right? Wow. Oh crap, we got to get security involved. It means more work. It means more.
I've been there. And I think the larger organizations, I just have to wake up to it. I'm definitely in the space now where I've hit this thing where I'm like, I like mid-sized businesses. I like small teams because you can affect change so much easier. But yeah, those organizations, hopefully in the near future, we're going to see a change where security it's got a seat at the table. First of all, it's helping executives make right decisions. It's a trusted advisor within the organization. It's seen as an enabler of the business, but it will take time to get there. We need to get away from this mindset of like security always being this scary thing that you don't want to interact with.
Yep. Yeah. Putting a friendly face on it.
Exactly. Smile, guys.
we just need Dave and Stefan on every team. There we go.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I will say the one thing that I've done, and it's partially to soften up devs, but you touched on a little bit, was to come in with we rather than the security says we should, you should do this, but that's instantly adversarial. But just saying we, as in we're all here now. Some dev teams give me the finger and tell me to go get bent, but there are teams that are much more receptive to the fact that I'm coming in as someone who wants to partner with them rather than coming in, like you mentioned, with I know everything, you guys done goofed, and I'm gonna fix everything for you. Don't worry. Yeah,
exactly. I like that. I want to steal that. We and not you.
Yeah.
We, the collective. Yeah, I like that.
Well, I just like to say, no, it's really compliance, right? It's their fault. I just push it off. No, I'm just kidding.
Just blame compliance. No, I hate that. I mean, I will pull out the compliance stick if I have to, but I try not to go there. That's my last resort. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's only when you're dealing with a Stefan that you need to pull that out, right?
Dave knows of a time when compliance and audit and risk and InfoSec had to get involved in something that I did. I have a nickname for it. There's a whole thing.
One we will not share with the audience.
No, clearly. That's what makes it even better.
Yeah. Anyhow, well, Naomi, thank you so much. This has been a super informative discussion, and
awesome.
Hopefully we'll get better at it. We'll get it chopped up and or the video and dropped onto YouTube, and we'll tag you when that all goes live.
Cool.
And yeah, but otherwise, I don't think there's any other questions outside of what Dave had for now. We'll let people reach out to you otherwise.
Awesome.
And yeah, appreciate the time.
Guys.
Yeah, it was
great job.
Cool. Yeah, thank you.
Cool. All right. Next up, we have Jeff Williams. I think Dave might know Jeff. I don't know, right? A little bit, and but
no. Well, so there's no history with Jeff and I, other than the fact that my first real introduction to AppSec was through a course. An AppSec course that Jeff taught had to have been OWASP in 2013 or 2003-ish, something like that. So yeah, we have some history, and so does Stefan, because Stefan used to work with Jeff as well. So
yep.
Well, thanks for having me, y'all. That's funny. I met Coates at a class I was teaching in Vegas. He was in my class, and I mean, look at him now. He's like CISO of everything.
Yes. Isn't that how it goes, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah. But yeah. So as far as what's coming up, we're gonna turn it over to you, Jeff, and just let you go to town, right? Talking about the security observability. I don't think there's much to add to the discussion until you get through what you want to talk about. Dave, Stefan, Ken, anything else before we turn things over to Jeff?
No, just that when you're ready, feel free to share your screen and I'll add that to the stream, the slides.
Okay. Yeah, cool. I'm all set. Let me share.
Sweet. And one last thing, go Hawks, by the way, Jeff.
Oh, and thank you also.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, well, thanks everybody. I appreciate y'all tuning in to Absolute AppSec here. I'm excited to talk about this. My name is Jeff Williams. I'm the CTO and co-founder at Contrast Security. I've been doing application security for a little over 20 years. I got super involved in OWASP and ended up getting stuck with being the global chair for 10 years. I led a bunch of projects there, like the Top 10 and WebGoat and ISAPI and a number of other things. But today I'm going to talk about observability and instrumentation. And thanks to Naomi for setting up this topic so well. We're going to start talking about sort of communication a little bit, and then we're going to go on a deep dive, and then we're going to kind of pull it back out again. So, thanks everyone for tuning in. You can reach me at Planet Level online, either on LinkedIn or Twitter's good. Please feel free to shoot me questions if you want. If certainly ask them during this, but if you don't get a chance, please send them to me afterwards. So I want to start out with a little discussion about communicating security. And as we were just having a discussion, delivering a security vulnerability is a terrible thing to do to somebody. If you're learning AppSec, or even if you've been doing it for a long time, you really need to focus on communicating vulnerabilities effectively. So I spent many years doing this since the early 2000s, and I wrote an article recently about how to do it effectively. There is a compassionate, complete, and compelling way to communicate security issues to people. And then there's just about every pen test, code review, and scan report that you've ever read. So this article is really a recipe for how to do it right. And I want to point people to that. It talks about that we, using the word we, and a whole bunch of other topics on how to get this right. And it would make a good rubric if you wanted to have a metric around how well you're communicating to folks. So I thought I'd throw up the Security Communication Hall of Shame. Remember, like in the old days, it was all about PDF reports, and we deliver PDF report. Then somewhere along the way, we had a great idea. We're like, let's make a dashboard, and we'll put all our security vulnerabilities in a dashboard. And then someone had an idea, let's make tickets out of what we got in the dashboard, and we'll flood development with security issues. And then even better, let's stop the build. Let's kill the pipeline with a Jenkins plugin or something. Not always what developers are really looking for. Then we're like, well, let's give them a plugin right in their IDE where we'll do a trivial level of security, and we'll give them the findings right there so we can distract them while they're doing their work. And then we said, hey, maybe we can give it to them via Slack. Everyone's working in Slack. Or we give them a REST API where they can pull these vulnerabilities in and build their own tools like they needed more work to do. So this to me is all really not great ways of communicating security, because there's sort of what you're trying to communicate, and then there's how you're communicating it. And today we're going to focus a little more on the how. You can read that article for the what you want to communicate, but how is really important. And I'm going to focus on what I call security observability. So observability turns things inside out. Rather than scanning and testing and poking and prodding, observable things expose what you need to know about them. So it's something that's built in. It's a property of things that we create. And security observability is really about exposing the security attributes of those things, of basically everything in our threat model, right? What do we want to know about the systems that we create? We want to know attributes that are related to our threat model. And observability is generally unlike scanning or testing. It's continuous, it's real time, it's generally accurate because it's being measured directly from within the thing, and it's exposing its own data, as opposed to sort of working without context with being a scan. So imagine if it wasn't such hard work to discover all these things that we want to know. Imagine if they were being exposed. I believe when security is observable, we can make feedback loops much tighter. That will allow us to minimize backlogs, and we can really focus on making smart decisions about risks, as opposed to just sort of managing the insecurity. Okay, so that's security observability. And I'm sure everyone's like, yeah, sure, Jeff, but how? Okay, I'm getting there. Just chill. This is the 9450. It's an instrumented basketball, and it's got a bunch of sensors inside it. And as you play normally, you dribble and shoot and pass and so on, the 9450 is there measuring things about your game, the arc of your shot, misses and makes, dribble speed, a whole bunch of other stuff. And it's got a bunch of drills and coaching in the app that comes with it. I love this thing. After an hour, it let me know I was shooting too flat. And it was super useful feedback. When you instrument the basketballs, the role of the coach changes. So while instead of being involved in every single drill, now coaches can be much more strategic. They can scale. And they can monitor all their players instead of having to work individually with each one serially. All it took was a few sensors in the basketball. And it's the same thing in other fields. We use instrumentation in medicine Many of you are probably wearing a smartwatch or a smartphone. Those things are measuring your health and will do increasingly more and more. That's going to change the role of the doctor and change medicine forever because of scale issues. I only go to the doctor once every few years, and that's really inefficient. It's much more efficient for me to be constantly monitored, and then that the doctor can take advantage of all that data, telling me I'm sick even before I know. So again, instrumentation changes economics. Good news, instrumenting software is super easy. We've been doing it for decades, and it's amazingly powerful. This is exactly how tools like New Relic and AppDynamics work for performance, and we can do this for security as well. So this is how instrumentation typically works. As the code down here loads into memory where it runs, there's some kind of loading process. And different languages do this a little bit differently, but somehow it gets in memory. And as it loads, you can hook that process and add sensors to that code that's being loaded. So the instrumented code that gets into memory now has security sensors in it that will operate as part of the running app. And really, they're just like you built those sensors in if you wrote them into the source code. We're just adding this code into the application in a different way, which is useful, rather than trying to get developers to write all that code. And that would be, I think that would be really insurmountable. So this is a really surgical way of getting sensors into your applications in exactly the right places so that you can get great telemetry from inside your application. And you can measure anything about your code that you want. The only limit is your imagination. I'm going to show you a bunch of things you can do today. I like to think of it like this. I imagine that there's, these sensors really are like a person running inside the application. And if I tell that person what to look for, they can gather all this information and report it out to me in real time. And you don't have to attack your application or anything to do this. You can just watch what's really happening inside the running application. And historically, you would have had to write an instrumentation agent in order to do this. But today I'm going to tell you about a way to do this without having to write any code. This, I think, will enable a lot of people to do their own security testing and get visibility into security that they couldn't have gotten any other way. In effect, we're going to make this application have security observability. So it's actually not that hard to write your own instrumentation, but I think it is a sort of a bridge too far for most people and a lot of security folks. So I created an open source project to make this much easier. This project tries to hit the right balance between sort of expressiveness and simplicity of defining sensors and creating them and deploying them. So there is a balance there. You can go crazy and make really complex sensors, or you can try to keep them simple. What I've done is try to balance those things and make a really powerful security sensor that isn't too hard for anyone to create. There's really two pieces of Jot. There's the Jot library. So this is just for Java today, but I'm hoping we can make observability toolkits for other languages as well. But there's a library that you add to your application. And then there's Jot files, which define the sensors and output that we want to gather from within the running application. And you can check that project out. It's, like I said, free and open source. So here's a ridiculously simple example. And I'm going to show that instead of showing the slides, I'm just going to demonstrate this. Okay, so let's take a look at a Jot. So we're going to look at SQL queries here. And we're going to just look at simple Jot that you can use. So this Jot here has really one sensor to get the routes out of the application, and then another sensor, this one's simple, that just flags unsafe queries. So if you're using any of these unparameterized queries, this sensor will fire. We're going to exclude prepared statement because that's not typically vulnerable. And we're going to capture the arguments to these methods. So this is actually a Spring expression. So you could, instead of just saying args, you could put in args and use methods on that. You can put in complex expression that are essentially code here that you want to run inside your sensor. So this is a powerful way of extracting exactly what you want. If, I don't know, maybe you want to uppercase the query before you look at it or something. And then we get a simple report, which is just a series of these queries. So to use this, we're going to set an environment variable. Let me move this to the screen so you guys can see a little bit easier. So we're just going to tell Java to use our jot file here, our SQLi.jot. We're going to tell Java to use this Java agent with our jot library, and then we're telling it to use this particular jot. Then we're just going to run our application normally. So I'm going to use an application written on Tomcat here. It's called Ticketbook, and it's just got a few simple vulnerabilities in it, sort of good for demonstration purposes. So that's it. If we look back in here, you can see as it started up, you can see some of the instrumentation as it's going. You can see we instrumented a few different methods here, and then it says, okay, we're good, and the application starts. For the most part, this process is incredibly fast. It's, it doesn't add a lot of time to start up, and the sensors themselves are 1 or 2 simple lines of code. They don't take really any time to measure. I tried to measure it. It's actually really difficult because you're talking about microseconds. So then I can just use this application normally, and you'll see here. I'll go to this this check interface. We'll put in midsummer, and now the output from this is happening down here, and you can see we've captured all the queries that happened, all the unsafe queries that happened as we ran this application. So you can see this is sort of the database getting initialized. Then we did one sort of list query, and then this one you can see here, actually, here's the full query. Select star where ticket equals midsummer. So, if you see a query that comes in with untrusted data, going right into a SQL query, potentially SQL injection. So look, this is really simple. This is just to get you an idea of how easy it is to create your own sensors and start staring inside the depths of your application. So let's keep going. Let's take another example here. So maybe you want to know all the different encryption that's happening within your application. Here we're going to make a similar jot, and I'll kill this in the ciphers. This is interesting. So same kind of thing. We're going to capture the route with our first sensor here. We're going to, oops, cursor disappeared. Oh, it's really annoying. All right, well, I'll try to do this blind. And here you can see the get ciphers sensor. Very simple, just captures anytime you want to create a new cipher, it captures the first parameter, which is the encryption cipher name. So we'll set our variable to ciphers jot, run the application the normal way again. And this is, how am I going to do this without seeing the cursor? This is super annoying. Right, so I'm kind of clicking blind here. So I'm accessing a few different pages here, and what you'll see is we're identifying the oh my god, the queries over. Oh, there's back. We're identifying the right queries, the right ciphers over here, so you can see exactly what ciphers are used on each of these different pages. I think one of these pages has multiple, you can see page E here has multiple different encryption algorithms in it for one reason or another. And actually, it's interesting if you try to run a command shell, just a normal one, not even exploiting it or anything. It is interesting. You see like a bunch of SSL ciphers getting generated under the hood. This is because we're analyzing the whole application, not just the custom code, but all the frameworks and libraries and the app server and everything in the runtime. We're analyzing all of that together, so we can get insights that would be very difficult to get using something like static analysis. Okay, so there's a couple really simple examples. Let's do something a little more exciting. Let's talk about access control. So the guys on the phone that I used to work with when we were doing work for Vanguard, we know access control is really important. So it's one of the most critical AppSec areas. It's been in the OWASP Top 10 since 2002, and it's one of the least tested areas of application security because it ends up being a lot of hard work. I used to love doing access control testing because if you dig into it, you can always find some really interesting things. So let's take a look at how we might dig into this with Jot. Here's a sensor that, again, we're starting with the get routes. That's just to tell us, sort things by URL, essentially. We're going to get users here. And here you can see a little more sophisticated capture. We're now capturing a method on the first parameter to the service method, which is the HTTP request. And then if it's null, we'll set it to guest. So that's nice. And then this get role method here, this is really the workhorse. We're getting the first parameter to the isUserEnroll method. So this will tell us, when we put this together in like a little access control matrix, we can show all the roles that are accessed by route, which ends up being pretty powerful. So I set the my variable, so I'm going to run with this new Jot, and then let me just run this application. And you can see as we just click through some of these pages, Jot is here building an access control, a test coverage matrix. It'll just show us which pages we've hit with each role. But then when we get into these access pages down here, this is where I've built these with some access control checks in them. And here you can see Jot is actually building an access control matrix. This is really incredibly hard data to get. This is what you want to be verifying, that this access control matrix makes sense when you're doing a pen test or any kind of application security testing. And here you can see, role A checks, or page A checks to see if you're in role A, page B checks for role B, C, so on. But notice that D, which I hit, doesn't have any access control checks in it. So that might be a problem. It means anybody can browse to page D. And access E here has 3 different access checks in it. That could be normal if you've got what I call a multi-role page, but it's a little unusual, so probably something to check into. But you can imagine using this on a big application and very quickly identifying places where your access checks aren't in the right place. I've used this at numerous customers to find APIs that don't have the right access checks in them, and it just jumps off the page at you. So, because this is kind of business logic kind of testing, it's not something that traditional automated tools are good at, but it's something we can make observable. And because it's observable, then we can verify it really quickly and easily. Now, as I switch to different users, I can keep this testing going and look at different parts of the application with different roles. So I'm just switching to be with different roles. And you can see, as I just click around a little bit, you can see I went to all these pages as user E, but I haven't visited, page B as user B, which is probably a big gap in my testing because I know that page B does an access control check for role B. So that page probably does something different when user B accesses it. So this is a really important way of understanding your test coverage and knowing that you've really tested the whole application. Okay, so I think that's really cool. This is a powerful way of thinking about your applications. Now, I talked about pen testing a little bit. If you do a lot of pen testing, you know that it's really, you're flying blind a lot of times. You don't know what each of these URLs is supposed to actually do or how it's supposed to work or what security checks are supposed to be there. So it would be great if we could make that observable. So Jot also includes a way of diagramming these things. So here, this is when I clicked on the check.jsp, that's sort of, typing in a number to get a particular user. And you can see the whole flow here. You can see that I accessed, a parameter named ticket. I entered the value 10001, and that ended up going into a database query, an unsafe query, so an unparameterized query, actually. There was an encryption here, and then eventually this went into an expression and got evaluated, this ticket number. So there's a number of things to check here, but this is clearly a SQL injection problem. And just by knowing, sort of what's going on behind each of these URLs, I think we can make pen testing much more effective. it is cheating a little bit, but it makes your completeness much better and you're testing a lot faster. So this is super easy to do. You can actually define any sensors that you want. So visibility into any methods that you want, you can just add that to your jot. I actually have one big jot that contains, a lot of the interesting methods in Java from a security perspective. But if you want insight into, say, I don't know, MQ use, you could create a jot, use an application, and get really great insights into exactly how MQ is used and which URLs lead to MQ, so you know where to focus your testing. This is another route. This one is an injection, expression language injection problem. You can see here, same kind of thing, except in this case, get parameter ends up going right into this expression language vulnerability. So this is, the problem that got Equifax hacked. It's pretty common, but it's very difficult to know. And notice I just typed in, Midwinter. I didn't have to put in the expression to get it to fire. So this is an interesting way of testing your application without having to go through every single field and enter an expression like this. And then this last one is the command injection that we just looked at. And this is the same kind of thing. You can just see the routes here. I just pointed this out because it is interesting. All those encryption calls, you can see they're inside runtime.exec. As you go through this page, there's, somehow through the runtime exec logic, which actually points input streams and so on, you end up creating an SSL connection here, which is unexpected to me. So often when you run these things, you'll see a lot of weird stuff that you didn't expect that's really fun to go. It's like the vulnerability hunting version of threat hunting. Okay, let's do another example. This is really about communicating with developers better. And at the beginning of this talk, I mentioned a whole bunch of ways that I think are really kind of painful ways for communicating with developers. But what if we could communicate security issues to developers via test failures? So I want to give you this example, and I'm going to show this. This is a test case. This is a very simple JUnit test case. And you can see one of these tests here. I just chucked this in here is a test case that calls runtime.exec. So it's creating a native process. And what if we had some policy that said, hey, you shouldn't create external processes. You should actually find a library that does that function. That's to minimize the risk of command injection. Okay, that's a reasonable policy. So let's see if we can put together a jot that will help us find this. So I'm going to show this jot here. What this does, I've got a jot named ban command injection. It's really simple, actually. It says, match anytime the Java Lang process builder gets created. That's underneath runtime.exec is you always create a process builder. And then we're going to put that in this scope of, this is sort of one of the parent methods of every test case in JUnit. And so anytime we try to create a process builder inside a test case, like anywhere in the code underneath a test case, we're going to throw an exception. This exception line right here says, hey, throw an exception with this message. And we can communicate something nice to the developer, constructive and not critical. We can say, hey, to prevent command injection, this standard restricts the use of operating system commands from within web applications. Please find a safer way to achieve your goal and contact us if you need help. So I thought that was a nice way of communicating this. And so I'm going to run this without this agent first, so that you can see that this test, and when it runs, it's going to pass, and it's going to run the calculated program. Okay, that's what we expected. So let's now set our parameter here, and we'll run that same test again. And this time, we're going to throw that exception from inside the test case, and you can see here, right up here, you can see, hey, we threw a sensor exception to prevent command injection, blah, blah. We get the exact message, the exact line of code. And this is how developers expect to get feedback. What a nice way to teach developers about security policy is, if they step over the line, we'll give them instant feedback as part of their normal workflow. There's no PDF reports, there's no dashboard, there's no extra steps, there's just feedback right through the mechanism they were already using. So I think this can really shortcut a lot of the pain and overhead involved in security testing. And you can turn an awful lot of security policies into this kind of sensor. So it's a powerful way of really turning security into code. A lot of people talk about turning security into code, but really at the end of the day, it doesn't actually happen. This is a way of actually doing it. Okay. I did write an article on this. If you're interested, there's more details on how you can set this up and communicate with your developers about security this way. Okay. So the last thing, this is the last demo. This is cool. What if we could use this kind of sensor to prevent attacks in production? That's interesting. Let's take a look at this. So I've got my application here, and I mentioned this expression language injection lesson here. And you'll notice, there's an expression language injection problem in this, but you don't notice it if you just type in normal data here. There's no way to know that underneath the hood that if it was an expression, it would get evaluated as an expression. So a lot of times you have to go in and enter some simple expression to get that evaluated. And then sometimes in the output, you can see that it was an expression and you might think, oh, wow, that might be exploitable. But oftentimes this is really hidden deep within the application. So Jot can help you find those problems. We saw that before, but could it help us prevent them from being exploited? If I put in an exploit here, something like runtime exec, something like this. Let me copy this. We're going to need this in just a second. So if we do that, that expression gets evaluated, and this is how a number of big breaches have happened. Lots of frameworks have these problems like struts and Spring and so on. So what if we could defuse these attacks in some way? Well, let's take a look at a Jot that lets us do that. So this Jot, the workhorse here is this part of this Jot. And what this does is this prevents the dangerous stuff from happening during an expression evaluation. So we want expression evaluation to happen. We want, normal expressions to be evaluated, but we don't want the harmful stuff. So we don't want things like people starting native processes or opening sockets. And you could expand this list to include like creating files and things like that. We don't want that to happen while you're evaluating an expression, because an attacker might exploit that. So here what we're going to do is we're going to create a scope which says within the scope of this this API, this value expression.get value. And by the way, this covers all the different expression language engines that implement this. You don't have to go, like with the SQL example, for example, we didn't have to go put in MySQL driver and Oracle driver methods and all those things. We just used the super class, the API itself, and we put our sensor on that. And Jot takes care of instrumenting all the children. And so we're going to create a scope here on this, this expression evaluation API. And if we ever see creating a process or a socket, then we're going to throw an exception. We're going to say, hey, you can't do dangerous stuff while you're inside an expression. That's an expression language injection attack. So let's run this. We'll put, we'll just run our application normally again. And we'll go back to this page. And you can see this, this page works just fine. No one would know it was even broken. In fact, you can even put in non-malicious expressions here and it still works just fine. But if we put in a malicious expression and try to evaluate it, Jot will intervene. And you notice here's our exception message that we set in the Jot file. Expression language injection attack detected and blocked by the Jot EL sensor. So this is something that you can imagine putting in production environments. I think it's a little dangerous to run without this kind of runtime protection for many of the common kinds of attacks, it's not difficult to identify and protect most of the harmful consequences and even many of the attacks that sort of been in the OWASP top 10 for years really accurately here in a way that won't break applications, but only fire in the case of a malicious attack. Okay, so I think that's really powerful and something that we need to do a better job at. In fact, I'll notice that Matt Austin and Arshan Dabirziagi did a talk, I don't know, maybe a couple years ago at Blue Hat, talking about this this capability. And one of the things they mentioned was that we haven't really fixed any classes of vulnerabilities. We made buffer overflows a lot harder with techniques like ASLR and DEP. And because we built those into the platform, we were able to dramatically increase the difficulty of exploiting kernel exploits. So, or creating kernel exploits. And so it got much harder for the attacker. And we can do the same thing here. This is very much like ASLR DEP for the application layer, for these kind of web application attacks. And I think it's probably, look, we've had the OWASP top 10 for 18 years now. We haven't made much progress. I think there's a chance that we could make exploiting these vulnerabilities much, much harder using this kind of approach. Really what I'm talking about is IAST and RASP. So when we talk about using instrumentation for detecting vulnerabilities, that's called IAST, or Interactive Application Security Testing. And it works just how we just did. We just found a bunch of vulnerabilities using IAST. And so there's a bunch of different kinds of sensors you can imagine. And when we read the telemetry from those sensors, we can get very accurate insight into whether something's a real vulnerability and how it works. RASP, or Runtime Application Self-Protection, is just using instrumentation to detect attacks and prevent exploits in production. So it's the same basic instrumentation technology, and we just built a very simple RASP rule using JOT. So JOT is a way of creating your own IAST and your own RASP for your own environments, for things that you care about in a very easy kind of way. What we've seen in a number of organizations is that using this approach to detecting vulnerabilities can have dramatic effects on mean time to remediate. And we believe that's because it's communicating with developers much better. So where this red line shows the SAST results, sort of industry standard, you can see it takes 4 months to get to median remediation using SAST. That's a long time. With an instrumentation-based approach, we get to the median within 7 days. And I think that's really a good indicator of whether we've actually shifted left and whether we're communicating directly to developers. Because if it had to go through an AppSec triage process and through a risk rating and into a defect dojo or something, and eventually into a ticket and then put on the backlog and so on, it would take a long time to get these things fixed. But with instant feedback, developers can fix this faster. That's really where the bulk of the cost in AppSec comes from, is this kind of triage and fixing process. And so that's what we're trying to optimize here. And you can see for folks that have been using this instrumentation-based approach for a longer time and have a smaller backlog, we're seeing 75% closed within 8 days. Median MTTR is 1 day. I think I'm really proud of that. That's something that's dramatically better than what we've seen from most organizations doing a traditional AppSec program. So here's how I think about this, sort of zoomed out on the SDLC. We get very different results using observability and instrumentation than we see with other approaches. So because we're measuring directly from within the running application, we get a much higher degree of accuracy. That means that you don't need as much triage, you don't need as many experts involved. You can give this feedback directly to developers. You can also give feedback on attacks directly to developers. And actually, I've found that that's one of the most empowering things for development teams, is to show them that their code is actually being attacked and giving them the opportunity to understand the seriousness of AppSec and make these fixes, as opposed to just some vague, non-concrete kind of risk that they don't fully have understanding of. So when you have this instant feedback all the time, you don't build up a big backlog. Instead, you can get this feedback directly in your normal workflow without breaking stride. And if you can do it via test cases, as I showed before, you can even imagine developers just fixing this, cleaning up their test cases, getting it right, and then checking in clean code. That is dramatically more efficient and effective than sort of traditional approaches. And it will ensure that code will sail through the pipeline and get into production much faster. With ultimately the whole point of this pipeline is to deliver value to customers faster. And so that's what we want to see. We don't want to see a little trickle coming out the end of this pipe here because we've put so many gates and guards and process interruptions in place that it takes forever to deliver value to customers. Ultimately, I think that's the key to DevSecOps, is getting this observability so that everybody's working off the same sheet of music. So look, I've been doing this for a long time, and we've tried a lot of things in AppSec that haven't worked over the years, from scanning and responsible disclosure and maturity models and pen testing, and none of those have really changed the economics of application security. And I'm not trying to say that technology alone can solve our security issues. Good security requires a mix of people, process, culture, technology. But I do think that if we have this philosophy of making security observable, that developers and security folks can collaborate easily. And ultimately, I think that's the key to unlocking progress in application security. It'll reduce cost, it increases assurance, and ultimately, we want to see that fully automated pipeline that delivers innovation and value to customers faster. So with that, I'll pause here and love to take anyone's questions, hosts and participants alike.
Thank you, Jeff. We're just giving a moment here for folks to ask questions, as well as getting some of the other hosts back into the stream.
Great. Yeah, I don't know where the Q&A feed is, so I can't see it live.
There's multiple sources. So yeah, we're just watching it for you, basically. Let me
Thank you.
David Linder here. And then I'm going to put your Twitter handle in chat so people can just copy and paste.
Great.
And let's see.
I just want to know where Jot was 15 years ago when we were assessing a bunch of old Java applications. It would have been amazing as a tester just to be able to more quickly look inside the code and find things. I mean, we used grep, we used searches, and it was clunky.
Just the problem of mapping the URL to the code that actually runs for that URL used to be a nightmare. It's gotten maybe a little bit better, but it's still really hard to know. I see a question from Mark Clancy. Says, where do you think the Jot framework needs to go next? So I think really the big picture question here is, how do we build a community around Jot to build great sensors that people can just use out of the box, build a great library of sensors? There's a few technical things that I'd like to improve, but the probably big rock for Jot is to improve reporting. So it produces all this great telemetry, but some of it goes to just system.out. Some of it goes into GraphViz kind of files, but we need to rethink and re-engineer that. So any thoughts on how to make that stream of telemetry more easily consumed would be super useful. It's not hard. I mean, the first thing is to gather the data. Streaming it out to something should be pretty easy, but it's something we got to do. And then of course there's other languages. So I think I've got a really good format for defining a language for defining sensors that even non-experienced security people and developers can easily get their head around. But I think we need to build that out for other languages.
Yeah, I think it would be really awesome to get a community to contribute a bunch of different sensors and things.
It's incredibly fun to build them. I get like it's so fast, and you get such instant gratification. It's really fun, and you can discover some really weird stuff that applications are doing underneath the hood.
Hey Jeff, how does this work for very custom applications that may use their own like expression languages and all this other crap? I assume it would work great. You just create the rules or the sensors for the very specific language stuff that was added in this Java app.
Exactly right. The first thing I would do is create an access control rule by just saying, hey, how do you do access control in this app? Tell me the method that you use to do access control check, or the methods, and then punch them into to a jot, and then run your application and get an access control matrix. You can use the one that I showed tonight. It's in the open source repo right now, and just modify it with your access control methods, and you'll learn something. I guarantee you'll learn something.
Oh man, that alone, I still have nightmares. Go into a company, hey, do you have an access control matrix? And we'd get handed some Excel spreadsheet that hadn't been touched in 5 years.
That's right.
And it was never correct, not once.
I feel like I should make a commercial product out of it. Just sell access control testing, tool, because everyone needs it, and no one's doing it.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, so I don't see any other questions, but yeah, so great presentation, super interesting. Definitely love any tooling that allows me to do more inspection of an app as a person that does that for a living. So really super helpful. Thank you so much for your time, your energy, the work you put out, everything, Jeff. Thank you.
I really appreciate it. Thanks.
I see Janet said, hey again. But yeah, I don't see any other questions.
Hey, Janet.
All right. Does anyone have anything else before we bring in say goodbye to Jeff and bring in our next speaker?
Thanks,
Thanks,
Jeff.
Jeff.
Yeah, nice job, Jeff.
Really
Appreciate it.
This is an awesome conference.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's what we can do in this day and age. So, all right. You have a great one. Thank you. Okay, so we will bring Evan Johnson, great last name, big fan, into the stream here.
There's Evan.
Hello.
Any relation?
No.
Must be.
Funny story. It was, I don't remember when, it was pre-COVID. I was in the local gym here getting like cleaned up or whatever. And all of a sudden I'm like, is this Evan? Like, that's so weird. Why would Evan be in this random Lifetime gym changing room? And yeah, so
I called you Seth. I was so flustered too. I was like, hey Seth, damn it, Ken.
It was too random because like this place is in the middle of nowhere.
Seth's not even a ginger. Like what?
At this point, I just respond to anything. It's fine.
Yes. So is it that Ken, Evan, and Kevin are related?
Yeah,
they're
like the same. Like yeah, they got to be at least cousins, right? That's.
I'll look out at the next family reunion.
There you go.
How do I do this? Do I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead and share your screen, and then we will drop off the rest of our video streams and hand it over to you. We'll just be back in the basically a green room. So if you need something, feel free to hit us up. But we'll be listening. So
how does this look? Look good?
Yeah, let's add it. One Ken control here.
Okay, I found it.
There we go.
And
that looks great.
All right.
Sorry.
All right, Evan, it's all you. Thanks again for taking the time, and Yeah.
All right.
Off you
Well,
go.
thank you all so much for having me. I really appreciate the invite, and I've been watching in and out the last day. And it's gone really smoothly. So I'm glad to be a part of it. And I am talking to you today about implementing zero trust the Cloudflare way. So my name is Evan Johnson. I manage our product security team at Cloudflare, and there's my email address if you have any questions. Feel free to ask throughout the talk if I'm able to see it, or ask at the end. There's my Twitter. You can also DM me questions there. I'm sure I'll be able to see those towards the end of the talk too. And the first thing that you need to know in order to follow along with this talk is, what is zero trust? And I actually Googled it about 20 minutes ago because I was thinking to myself, wait, what is zero trust? It's this whole industry buzzword, but actually I didn't really know what it meant. And it actually comes from zero trust networks. And then it kind of made sense to me. The idea is that it's kind of smashing this age-old idea of perimeter security. And that's what the different vendors selling zero trust would like to tell you. But it's also this idea that your network shouldn't be any more privileged than the network at Starbucks or whatever. So it's about deprivileging the default access of the network, this whole old VPN idea. And I think that there's some other new ideas in it as well around just the tooling and the systems that you have in place that mesh more with the way the web works today and the way we use the web today. Because the last 20 years of VPNs have been fine. There's still security breaches and issues with VPNs, but it's this okay technology. But the way the web works today, it's so a little antiquated, and it's really about moving into the future is what zero trust networks are about. So I'll get started. Like I said, product security at Cloudflare, and diet soda enthusiast. I actually have a coffee here. You might see me drinking, not diet soda today. But I think one interesting thing to talk about for a moment is that at Cloudflare, we're a security vendor. So there's your warning that we technically are a vendor, and but we're on the security team at a security company. And I actually think that that is a really powerful thing, to be on a security team at a security company, because we've tried to situate ourselves as the first and best customer of our own Cloudflare products. So what that means is, I linked here to a Stratechery article by Ben Thompson about how Amazon has this idea of their first and best customer being themselves. And we make sure that we are very tight-knit with many of our product managers making our most critical security products, so we can be first in line to use those products, try those products out, to give them feedback on those products. And that's really a powerful thing, because one, well, we end up saving a lot of money as a security team because we don't have to use other vendors. We can try to use most of our systems that our engineering team is building to sell. And two, it kind of gets us more involved in that pinwheel of the business. I think a lot of security teams fall into the trap where, how do I say it? They fall into the trap where there's something that the business has because they're supposed to have a security team. And sometimes you'll hear from security people like, I just wish the business cared more about security. And sometimes it's really hard, but the advice I give is, your security team needs to be part of your business's pinwheel of success. So I'm sure at your executive team meeting, they've had a conversation about, like, what drives our business, and your security team needs to be somewhere in there. It shouldn't just be the watchers or something like that. So I definitely recommend reading that article, and it's really critical to share that information that we are a security team at a security company, which means we are dog fooding our own products. And some people say it's drinking your own champagne, but dog fooding is messy, and you're signing up to use a product that is not completely baked. It has a lot of rough edges, and that's the whole point in using it yourself. So, yeah, I guess that's a good intro to what Cloudflare is. We are and our team, Cloudflare itself is a giant network. So we have, this is from January, I think, but we've got points of presence all over the globe. Last January, not next January. Points of presence all over the globe. Some of these blue dots, there's a lot of servers. Some of them, there's a few servers. But on average, these statistics are updated from Q3. Our public statistics, we handle 20 million HTTP requests per second at average time. The peak is higher. 7.5 million, I forgot the million here, DNS requests per second. And we block 76 billion cyber threats each day in Q3 of 2020. So a network of huge scale, very large network. And so it's great that when we provide feedback to our product managers, that feedback can be applied to so many customers and such scale. Okay, so about the Zero Trust. So where did we start? I'm here to tell the whole story arc of Cloudflare and Zero Trust, which is we started as a traditional perimeter security model Cloudflare was founded about 10 years ago. And at that time, that's really the tool that people had. Google came out and they released their Beyond Core papers a few years after that, which was really influential. But we started with this traditional security model. And that meant we had a VPN in order to access anything. Besides like email and like one other thing, you needed the VPN to access really any internal system that we had. And we had hundreds of them. So hundreds of internal applications, a VPN, and very, very brittle. The security model was not great because the way you control access to internal sites is through IP routes, which anytime something moves IPs, you need to make sure you're updating the routes that people have access to, and that's very brittle. And then in order to do application layer authorization inside of a service, it gets even more complicated because a VPN is at the network level, but you want this sense of authorization at the application level, and just very brittle security model. Not very fun to try to manage. Additionally, usability sucked. So to say it bluntly, there's a funny story where one day we ran out of licenses for our VPN, and so the last person to sign on to the VPN kicked the first person who had signed up off, and just all day it was just a rotating cast of like, okay, you signed on to the VPN, you got an hour until the person who just got kicked off the VPN signed into the VPN and kicked you off. So it has to go all the way around like a game of telephone until it reached back to you, and then you'd have to sign in. And it was like that until we finally got another license, or however we resolved that. But the usability sucked for other reasons too. We had a no mobile phone policy, so if somebody would get paged in the middle of the night because of some availability incident or some alert firing, and all they want to do is from bed without like looking at their laptop, just look at the metrics, and they couldn't do that. They couldn't go into click in the task tracker to see more information about the alert that was firing or whatever it was, because we had no mobile devices allowed on the VPN, because when your entire trust boundary is within this network, you have to be very careful about what additional things you're adding to the network. So yeah, that's where we started. And then where did we want to go? So at the time, there was no zero trust. It was it wasn't really a buzzword yet, but we did know that we had to solve this VPN problem, and this is several years ago. I'll give you the full timeline in just a moment. But Google hadn't written the BeyondCorp papers. We wanted our employees to be able to use their phones to access like basic low things that weren't risky for us to put behind something like an identity-aware proxy. And we also wanted better auditing. We wanted better access control. We didn't want to build our own identity provider, but how would we get an identity provider within our network boundary? And then as time went on, we ended up wanting more and more things. Our asks kept getting bigger and bigger. We wanted security keys everywhere. We wanted conditional access controls around if you have the device that we issued you or your mobile phone or whatever. And then we eventually wanted more complicated automated approval processes and all of this automated stuff. We're still adding things to this list of things that we want, and we're still working on them. But but it started with like, let's get better auditing, let's get better control over who has access to what, and let's like figure out something for these phones so people can like look at the task tracker from their mobile device. And so the question is, how do you go from point A to point B? And this meme is actually the perfect meme for this. If you've ever seen this episode of SpongeBob, which I sure hope some of you have, they are actually talking about some risk to Bikini Bottom. Search the YouTube video for it. And somebody says in the background, we should build a moat. Somebody says we should lock our doors. These are all perimeter security methods. And Patrick says we should just take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else. And that's exactly the right way to approach this migration and the way we ended up approaching it. So one of the important things that I believe will help you if you try to undertake a transition from like a traditional model to a more BeyondCorp-y, zero trusty model is you're going to make a lot of little changes. And in the episode of SpongeBob, Patrick and all the residents of Bikini Bottom are like literally shoving the town like 1 meter at a time until they get it to a new spot. And that's basically what we did with the company, where we shoved people 1 meter at a time, 3 feet, whatever unit you want to do. And that's how the transition went. So principles of zero trust. I couldn't think of a third one. Thought you need 3 principles, but 2 things to do before you get started. Read the BeyondCorp papers. So Google wrote these papers about BeyondCorp, and you can tell that so many zero trust vendors and people selling this, I'm sure many people will buy a product or something to help them with this transition at some point. Read the papers first, because you can tell that many vendors have not thought through all of the problems that Google thought through, and the papers are like 2 hours of reading. So there's 6 of them. You can go read them, and some of them are a little mathy, and they like talk about math stuff like sets and all of that. But that stuff's all Greek to me. The papers were still very valuable to read, and for me, I ignored the math stuff, and everything else was great. And then zero trust for whom? This is totally a lie. Zero trust is not Latin for multiple paths. But it's important to note and important to understand that zero trust does not mean like your VPN or your network is ever going away. You can't just ignore this layer of the OSI model. It's always going to be there, whether you're in the AWS using a VPC, or for us, we're in a data center with with a real physical network and real physical hardware, that you can't just ignore those layers by zero trusting over them. So so you really have to think of your employees in groups of people, like a typical role-based access control kind of model. But you have to understand, like, who is in zero trust in what contexts, and understand that, like, things are a little more, things are a little less clear cut with zero trust, where the way that we've kind of situated and the way we're going is, like, yes, we have one path that's zero trusty and beyond corpy, and, like, there's all this fancy tech, and then there's another path with a lot of friction, with the traditional VPN, with heavy auditing, with a lot of approvals required, and you're gonna have to talk to somebody after you use it, and that's just the way it'll go, because you can never truly get rid of these other layers, and I think that's an important thing that doesn't get brought up very much. And did I have anything else on this slide? Nope. All right, so starting from the beginning of the story. So the beginning was around 2015 to 2017. I had just joined the company. Probably had been at the company at Cloudflare for 3 months at this time. And we had a company all hands where our, the title of this person now is like SVP of our emergency technology team. He unveiled this, this way to access the task tracker that we had with your phone outside of the VPN. And so what he had done was he had poked a little hole in our VPN and exposed this thing to the outside world, and set up some security between that, but set up some additional layers of security, and basically using this thing that's on GitHub that's now long archived. And he put, I think, 3 sites behind it. And you can go read the code. It's very minimal. It's about 100 lines of Lua. But it's a way of authenticating with your Google G Suite stuff directly with Nginx. So if you're a hardcore Nginx shop like we are, then it might be perfect for you. But we use this for some time. And he unveiled this at our all hands. And first of all, everybody was immediately flabbergasted that you could access our task tracker without the VPN. This was incredible, and also our metrics, our internal metrics. People couldn't believe it, and our head of security at the time, he was like, "You need to look at this thing tomorrow. Like, this looks risky and scary." And I think all changes in models are very scary, and so rightfully we were concerned about it, and we looked at it. But the kind of model right at that moment, I was like, "Whoa, this is a big change." So people loved it, and the product manager for this product that we have now in the zero trust space, Sam, he likes to tell the story about paved roads in Texas, around how, like, I don't know if it's true or not, but Sam says that back when they were trying to pave all the roads in Texas, he's a longtime Texas resident, currently not living in Texas though, that to get funding for all the roads, because there's a lot of land, a lot of roads, it's not free, they would just pave 1 mile of roadway. So people would be driving down the highway and on the gravel, they'd hit the paved road, realize that's pretty nice, and then they'd go right back on the gravel, and the next county budget meeting, somebody would be asking for paved road money to pave more roads. And this was very much our paved road. These 3 or 4 services that people used all the time that they didn't need to get on the VPN to use, and they could access from their phone, was a monumental shift. But there's a lot more to do. We still didn't have an IDP. We weren't really sure about this model. We weren't adopting it fully. we weren't really, it was just kind of there. A few sites used it, a lot of sites didn't. People had some opinions for it, some people had opinions against it, and it was just like kind of a thing that was there until around 2017 when the product got finished and launched, and it looks very different behind the scenes than just this little Lua program, but eventually the program did get launched. And so this is the beginning stages where it was just kind of an amorphous blob of zero trust. So new beginnings in 2018. So at some point in 2018, Joe Sullivan had joined as our chief security officer, and I had rejoined the company, and we said we really have to do something about identity and access management. These are two really important areas. I think every security team in the world is investing in them, and we ended up coming to the conclusion that we really needed to put ourselves in an uncomfortable position for the long-term success of our IAM program, and really invest in using our own product to do this, in using Cloudflare Access. One, to be a part of the company pinwheel of success, so that we could, we were a part, we had a seat at every table we wanted to, and could help influence different products. And two, because we needed to solve the problem, and we needed engineers, and there's engineers over here on this team that are working on this product. Let's work with them and try to help each other. So in 2018, this image here, you'll see 397 items. I took this screenshot just yesterday or something, and it's just one of the internal sites that we've registered with Cloudflare Access that we use our own product. And we have spent the better part of, since 2018 and beyond, just registering everything internal with this product. We've got tons of things protected by it. And the big shift at this time was definitely this intentional decision to that this would solve our problem. Additionally, at this time, we got a full-fledged IDP. We decided we want security keys everywhere, because phishing is still a very scary attack vector. You can get SolarWinds all you want, but phishing still is very real. And what else? And it was actually a really interesting time, because since BeyondCorp had been like this, and the product had kind of not really been intentionally invested in being used, we would go to meetings with some people at the company, and we would say, we are gonna put everything behind Cloudflare Access. And people would say, well, you can't do that. You can't do that for security reasons. And we would say, yes, we can. We're the security team. And there would be a moment of awkward silence, and then might repeat one or two more times, and then we would end up doing it. So it was a really interesting time. And today we've got not just this 397 things, we've got so much stuff behind Access. It's great. So at this time, additionally, I mentioned the IDP. We invested in that IDP and started wiring up everything to Access. And so then that raises the question of, okay, that was 2 years ago. What happened next? So the future, actually using Access to its fullest and improving the product, and where we are now. So there's 3 areas that are very important to consider. HTTP, which a lot of things are HTTP, especially in 2020 and for the past 5 years or so. SSH and non-HTTP. So SSH in particular is a very important protocol for all engineers everywhere. But there's a lot of other stuff that's not HTTP. Depending on the company you work at, you might use RDP every single day. Also, there's a ton of other protocols that you might want to authenticate, and so it's a tricky one. And then last is endpoint. If you read the BeyondPort papers, 2 of the 6 papers are like almost completely about endpoints, and not many vendors talk about endpoints when they're talking about zero trust, because it's really hard to do, and I think that it's just easier to ignore it, and so many people have chosen to do that. But there's some talk about endpoints too. So it was. One thing I will add is it was around this time that we started throwing everything behind access. And as we figured things out for HTTP, we made the decision that we also have to start cutting people's access to the old VPN. So as we ramped up support here, we ramped down support there. And this actually worked really well. Because we found out that like once things were behind this nice paved road, the only people who were still using the VPN were mostly stragglers a lot of times. People who either just hadn't heard the news, hadn't read their email, were just happy doing it the way that they were doing it, and still just using the VPN happily and just didn't know better. So very minimal friction to starting to cut out different groups from the VPN. But yeah, as HTTP support went up, we had to make the decision, okay, we're going to cut the people team here, and the recruiting team here, and the product team here, and the trust safety team here, and it just goes down the list until you get to a much more manageable group with VPN access. So that is a really important thing that was going on throughout all 3 of these. So every single kind of time we could, we would take away access when possible. Okay, so I don't think there's anything left on this slide, and I can start talking about the details. Okay, so first, the details of HTTP. This is actually like straight from our developer docs, and it's the general architecture of the way that our product and our zero trust product works. So you're an internal employee, you're the laptop down here, or a partner or whatever, and you access your corporate application, you type it in your URL bar, and the way our product works, it's extremely simple. It just like forwards you to your identity provider, which could be email, could be like a full-fledged IDP, or it could be like literally you give us an email address and we send you a code, and you type that code in like a Slack magic link or something. We mint you a JWT, JSON Web Token, we stick it in your cookie, and voila, you have access to whatever internal thing you're trying to protect. It's great. One thing I've noticed talking to other companies of ours, depending on the company, depending on your workforce, you might, I think everybody kind of has a different kind of thing going with their workforce. So you could be at a really like large non-tech company. I'll just pick an industry, oil and gas. Oil and gas have a ton of people in their workforces. And if you look around, I'm going to guess they have like 6 different identity providers and all sorts of contractors, different types of employees, very complicated IT setups. It's that is okay, and I think that actually lends itself really well to this mantra and feeling of baby steps and pushing things 3 feet at a time, because I think people in that situation have to develop a strategy for themselves, whatever they think their best technical strategy is, and nudge people towards that in the right direction. And so, in some ways, this was really easy for us. This part of the migration of adopting HTTP everywhere HTTP's Zero Trust Everywhere was really, really easy for us because our identity provider was new. We actually moved identity providers recently. We moved from like just using G Suite to a real IDP, and that was pretty painless. But I think your mileage may vary if you're a very complex setup or you have tens of thousands of employees. Early on in this, we talked to a CISO at another tech company, and they had like tens of thousands of contractors working, and they used a completely separate IDP and had access to all this separate stuff. And so they really had two separate identity and access management stacks, one for their technical employees and like the employees of their company, and then one for all these contractors who were technically not part of their company. And that makes sense as a strategy for them, but your mileage may vary, and everything's going to be different. Every company is going to be different. So no strategy fits all. You'll also notice endpoint protection providers. I don't have much to say about this, but the endpoint is very important in Zero Trust, the Zero Trust model. I think it's just as important in the traditional perimeter security model, because if it's an endpoint accessing your sensitive stuff, like it really doesn't matter what protocol it's over. The thing that matters is that the endpoint is secure. So so a lot of there's some integrations with these third parties, and you can get metrics and whatnot from the endpoint, and that's helpful. So over HTTP, this redirect, this is implemented as a real redirect, and you can do like SAML and whatnot, but for example, we use OAuth integration with Cloudflare Access and our identity provider. It's an OAuth 2 integration, so we can still like say this group has access to this and this group has access to this, and those groups are actually groups of employees based on where they are in the organization, the people team, the recruiting team, whatever. And in that OAuth flow, one big question we had is, okay, how do we actually support security keys? Because we had some specific requirements around identity providers and how our security keys are enforced there. We really wanted to web authent, so we could be really robust against phishing. But like, it's not so straightforward how to fit it in there, because this product, while great, it doesn't have a record of every employee who exists at our company. This product does, but there are some, the IDP actually does, but it doesn't have there are some requirements where it's sometimes you need another second factor type that's not a WebAuthn security key. So it gets messy if these IDP providers don't have like really robust, expressive ways to say, okay, if you're accessing this, you need a security key. If you're accessing this, you can use TOTP or something else. So it's actually kind of a difficult problem. And the way we ended up solving that was, this is a real assertion. This is the meat inside of a JWT token that I received yesterday from our IDP. And you'll see this AMR. If you Google AMR, it means authentication method references in OAuth 2. If you Google that, you can find that there's actually a way to see when somebody authenticates in an IDP and you receive a signal that they authenticated. Inside that JWT, you can see the way that they authenticated. So SWK is software key. MFA means multi-factor was on. OTP is one-time OTP. I'm not sure if they're referring to TOTP. There's a whole dictionary of what everything that can be an AMR means. There's an HWK for hardware key and a PWD password. So you can actually get information about the way people authenticated. And using this, we're able to implement a feature that says, okay, when you authenticate into Cloudflare Access, we want to make sure that you authenticated with an AMR that indicates you used a security key. And so we actually did that. We did that July, if you remember the Twitter hack that was everywhere. We did that in July, and somewhere around here, and we saw usage of WebAuthn just absolutely explode overnight. Just so we that feature ended up being a huge success, and it helped us kind of achieve this security key everywhere goal. We're still not exactly there. We still have a little bit a ways to go, but we are well on our way to enforcing security key almost across the board. If you are, it is a big challenge though, because the world is not ready for security key, and we're really on the bleeding edge of it. Looks like I have about 7 minutes left, so I'll make sure to go a little fast to make sure we have time for questions. Okay, so SSH, this is the big one. This is a really challenging one. I could give a whole talk on just SSH access, but okay, Cloudflare Access, it works over HTTP. Cloudflare, you probably know, so for HTTP. But how do you get a laptop to connect to your network to SSH to something, which is on port 22, it's not port 80 or port 443, and integrate with your IDP and all of this stuff that is existing? How do you control access with your IDP? And the answer is not simple. So what are these red boxes here? These red boxes are where, well, it's half the diagram. So it's a little, the red boxes aren't great, but it shows where we have a special client helping us with the connection to make this smoothly and fix the integration so that it's something that works out of the box with our identity providers. So between our corporate apps and our servers, we actually run this thing called Cloudflare D. You can Google it. It's I think much of it is open source. I'm not sure it all is, but it creates a tunnel from our server back to our edge. And when people SSH, they also use Cloudflare D. It creates a similar tunnel to the edge, and it allows them to connect, this is crazy, over HTTP, SSH over HTTP too, with a HTTP full duplex, like it's almost like a WebSocket. I'm not sure if it is a WebSocket today, but it very well could be. The actual details of like how that connection works under the hood, I'm not privy to. But the way it works, you can actually see, this is Cloudflare D, it's an open source project. You can go search it on GitHub. But this is quite a diagram, but you'll notice here in the bottom left, once this thing goes away, you'll see it says, this is from an SSH config. It may be difficult to see, but you can use this proxy command to actually pipe your connection over a connection that Cloudflare D establishes. So we can use this for two things. One, if you just want to SSH over HTTP to your server. But two, we actually built a feature to do short-lived access with SSH certificates. So if you're familiar with Netflix's Bless, it's the exact same thing, where we have a website that, maybe it's not the exact same thing, but it's the same idea, where we have a site that you connect to get your SSH, you get your key, public key turned into a certificate, an SSH certificate that you can then use to connect to your server. So we have a feature that we built to enable this short-lived access, so that we literally create an SSH certificate authority for you. You can put the public key in your SSH config, and then with your IDP, you can connect to the with your IDP, you can connect to our edge, get a certificate signed, present that, and then do it all over this HTTP. It's called an Argo tunnel, this HTTP SSH connection. The actual like tunnel under the hood is called an Argo tunnel. But you can pipe your SSH connection completely through that. And the result is you basically turn our edge into a jump host. So I like the name Cloudflare Jump for jump host, but it didn't make it past the drawing board. And it's not just SSH. You can pipe any like TCP over this tunnel that we have, and it's kind of magical because since it's HTTP, you just kind of attach your normal cookie header, and then your connections can go to wherever the tunnel on the other side leads. So little complicated to get started, kind of a lot of learning with the SSH certificates, but it is something that we have available. And then last, the endpoint. So this is the final frontier of Zero Trust, where no vendor has gone before. And we have one of the things that we're trying to do internally for our own security is to connect this Warp. If you're familiar with our product Warp, it is a WireGuard VPN. It's a WireGuard connection between your phone or your MacBook to our edge. And so it's a WireGuard tunnel, which does full packet encapsulation. The way WireGuard works, they just take your IP packet, package it in a UDP packet or frame or whatever it's called, and send it to our edge, which we can then decrypt that UDP packet, take out the IP packet, handle it. When you connect, the way we know that you are a Warp Premium customer or whatever, you present a public key, and we have those public keys mapped to like whether or not you're a premium customer or not. But we could also map that to an identity or a name, and then we could build out some really expressive policies based on if you're connecting from Warp, if you're connecting from your MacBook, and if we've seen this public key and you have your private key that we expect. It's kind of a new idea that we're exploring, and it's a little bit reinventing the wheelish because we've kind of gone full circle where we end up protecting the network again. And it's really just about extending. And so I was kind of like deep in thought about this one day, and it ended up, we just kind of rebuilt something to be much better, to work the way web apps work today, is the way a lot of this is going. And I thought that was interesting, but there's still a lot more work to do to actually get there. So that's something I've been thinking about recently, and ways to integrate with the network better. But one of the big benefits of using WireGuard for this is you don't need all this crazy client on this side, Cloudflare DE business. It encapsulates the entire network traffic. So you could just type in SSH and it would just work because of the way WireGuard works. All your traffic over that tunnel will just arrive at the destination encrypted. So yeah, that's what we're thinking about soon for the endpoint. So I'm out of time, but my takeaways about Zero Trust: baby steps. Zero Trust is a gradient. Keep moving forward and keep getting wins. So think about your employees in terms of populations and groups of employees, and think, how are we going to make this population more secure? How are we going to make this population more secure? Zero Trust is more than identity-aware proxy. So A lot of people just slap an IAP in there and they're like, yep, we're zero trust. If that's what you want, you could check out the bit.ly OAuth2 proxy, and it's good enough. So last, don't neglect the endpoint. Don't neglect non-HTTP. So it's really easy. I think it's really easy to use your IAP, but endpoint and non-HTTP traffic is when this stuff gets actually very complicated. And with that, that's all I had for you. So I really appreciate listening, you all listening, and I'm curious if anybody has questions.
Hey, I'm going to bring back some, as we wait for folks to ask questions, bring some of the other
Sorry, I went a little over time there.
Oh, no worries. No worries. It was a great talk. Thank you. In fact, no, thank you. We really appreciate you giving that talk. So, yeah, we'll just wait, I guess, for a few seconds here. David, Abdullah, anything you wanted to ask or bring up?
Yeah, so from a organization perspective, do you think that there's kind of a range for an organizational, like size-wise, that would benefit from zero trust, or would it be that, you know, or the org is too small to benefit from implementing something like zero trust?
Yeah, I think like when you're really, really small, I've been at really, really small companies. You don't really have this problem because everyone really has access to everything, despite what they might say on their vendor security questionnaires. Their internal controls are usually not great, and it's like every person at that company has like 20 jobs. So good luck if trying to get those really tight controls. At a big company, I think that I think there's no company too big for it, but I do think you have to break it down into like smaller end companies. So let's start with this business unit. Let's start with this other business unit, and try to work your way there by breaking down the problem. Because if it's not really a binary thing, you can't just like turn on zero trust light and turn off the VPN.
All right. Dave or Brian, did you guys have anything?
I do appreciate like just telling the story of what you've gone through. That's always fascinating to me, is like, this is what we encountered, and it's a real story. Like, it's not a bunch of theory. It's like, I know we've encountered this. This is the good thing that happened. These are the struggles we had. And I love those stories.
I appreciate it. Yeah, that was what I was going for. It's several years of what's next, and we're slowly getting there. And the security key only thing is the thing that I'm most excited about for January of 2021.
All right.
All right. Well,
thanks so much, Evan.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Evan. Appreciate it. And I'll bring in our next speaker, Aaron Reinhardt. And yeah. Hey, Aaron, how's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Good, you know, to be honest, I don't even recognize you, Abdullah. Like, I was like,
why? The beard?
Who is that? You're probably looking at me and like, man, Aaron, you have hair?
That's right. You have hair.
Like, this is the first time I've had hair in like 20 years. So
yeah.
I really, at first, honestly, I didn't recognize you.
Oh, that's too funny.
How's everybody doing? Good.
Good. How about you?
Good. Ready to rock this. You guys put on quite a show.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been pretty good so far. I think we've been having fun. So
yeah, we've been lucky to have all these speakers on that are willing to share their amazing, including you, research and time. So
well, thank you for having me.
Now, thank you for joining.
Should I go ahead and share the screen, or should I get started? Or okay.
Yes, yeah, go ahead and share the screen, and we'll get started. The rest of us will back out. We will be in a green room type deal, but you you won't be able to talk to we'll hear you, we'll see you, but if you need anything, we'll pop in. Otherwise, we'll just kind of sit in the background.
Fantastic.
All right. Thank you so much.
No worries. All right. Thank you for everyone for joining. Thank you not only the conference, but my session. Today I'm going to talk about something called security chaos engineering. It's the adaptation of Netflix's chaos engineering to cybersecurity. I started pioneering this about 4 years ago when I was at United Health Group. I wrote the first open source tool in the space that sort of proved that that there was value and that that it could be done. Below on the bottom, you'll see my Twitter information at Aaron Reinhardt. If you want to reach out to me, feel free to reach out to me, and I'll go ahead and get started. Things I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk a bit about combating complexity in software. I'm going to talk about chaos engineering. I'm also going to talk about resilience and resilience engineering and security. And I'm going to talk about what is this security chaos engineering thing. So a little bit of background on me. I'm the CTO and co-founder of a company called Verica. We are the creators of chaos engineering. My co-founder created chaos engineering at Netflix. His name is Casey Rosenthal. We build continuous verification products to continuously verify that the system works the way you think it does. I think it'll make more sense after my presentation. But also I have a few giveaways. I just finished the O'Reilly report on security chaos engineering. I'll be giving that away for free, as well as the O'Reilly book on chaos engineering. You'll have links at the end of the presentation. For the background information on me, I am the former chief security architect of United Health Group. I also have a background at the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, and NASA. I'm a very good author and speaker in the space on chaos engineering and its applications to security. I'm the author of the security chapter on the main animal book for chaos engineering, the O'Reilly one. And I'm also, like I said, I just finished the first O'Reilly report, or O'Reilly calls it a report, but it's still a book on security chaos engineering. All right, well, getting started here. So the basis of the problem we're trying to solve here is that incidents and outages and breaches are costly, but they seem to be happening more and more often. It's somewhat of an obvious problem. I haven't updated this slide in a while, just because it's, it seems like all the time there's just breaches and breaches and breaches and outages and outages and outages. We're almost becoming numb to it. And I think I have some theories on why they're happening more often, and I can posit some and give you some direction on what we can do to start combating this problem. So why is it they seem to be happening more often? Well, let's take a second and take a pause here. So if you've never seen these diagrams, like the one you see in the two little circles on the right, each dot is a microservice. Okay, this is called the Death Star diagrams. So large-scale microservice architectures kind of look like this. It used to be that this was just Facebook, Apple, Netflix, Google that was creating these large-scale sort of microservice architectures. Well, it's really not. It's not just Amazon and Netflix anymore. Now everybody's sort of doing this. But when you combine the speed of CI/CD and DevOps, the scalability of public cloud, and microservice architectures, our systems are moving at such a size, speed, and scale that it creates a level of complexity that makes it difficult for humans to mentally model our system behavior, which makes it very difficult to build security if we can't understand the system inherently. So, furthermore, to illustrate that, if you look at this, this is a snapshot of a tool from Netflix called Visceral. Basically, what I want to show you here is every big circle is a microservice, every small dot is a request, and what I'm trying to illustrate is here in this sort of GIF here is that it's very difficult to ascertain what's going on at any given point in this architecture. Let alone in large-scale microservice architectures, we're not just worried about individual services. We're worried about the impact that multiple services have upon each other, because microservice architectures reflect the character traits of a complex system. Complex systems have nonlinear dynamics. So what does that mean? That means, like, events or failure events, when bad things happen, it magnifies because everything is interconnected. People love to forget that microservices are not independent; they're dependent. But anyway, what I want to illustrate here is the level of complexity that we're dealing with. So things like continuous delivery, service meshes, cloud computing, APIs, auto canaries, blue-green deployments, circuit breakers. These sort of things, help. They're helping us deliver value to customer, to market, faster than we've ever been able to do it before. But it's also making it more difficult for us to ascertain what is actually happening with the system and keep that mental model fresh in our heads. From a security perspective, part of the problem with security is we're still mostly monolithic in how we design security solutions. I think that there's been a lot of growth in the software security community due to things like DevSecOps. More and more people are understanding software and understanding that we can't build stateful security in a stateless world, and that we can't continue to build expert types of systems because expert systems like Palo Alto firewalls are for example, you can't just grab one of those from GitHub and start rocking it. It requires some sort of domain knowledge to really understand and deploy it. So what is the answer to all this complexity, right? Well, the most logical conclusion would be to simplify, right? Well, software is officially taking over, right? And it's if you look on the right here, I stole this from James Wickett, but this is the new OSI model, right? Software, right? Well, software only ever increases in complexity, it never decreases in complexity due to our ability to constantly change it. Software is also one of the only human constructs that can fundamentally change after it's been delivered. You can't do that with a building, can't do that with a car. Well, Tesla's changing that model, but anyway, like I said, software only ever increases in complexity. But because there's an old saying in software that there's no problem there's no problem in software that can't be abstracted away. Well, at some point, those abstractions start to create a level of complexity that's very difficult to operate and continue to develop our systems. So what does this have to do with your systems? I'm getting there. How do we really, so the question I want to ask is, how well do you really understand your own systems? Well, I don't know why. Like, I eventually came to this in my messaging and my thinking, but we love to forget how messy engineering is. It's a very messy discipline, and to illustrate, in the beginning, we love to think of our systems and designing them and operating them as you have the beautiful 3D Amazon, diagram that illustrates how the system works. You've got your code, you've got your Docker images, you're going to put it in staging and prod, and your secrets management. You got everything figured out. Everything's figured out. Everything is clear, right? Well, in reality, our system never looks like this. It never reflects any of these characteristics. And let me tell you why, right? Is that after a few months or even a few weeks, sometimes even a few days, we start to learn about the difference between how our system actually functions and versus how we thought it did, right? And we start learning that through a series of surprises, our unforeseen events, outages, incidents. That's what I mean. That can be, so after first week, 1 week of going live, there's an outage on the payments API, you have to hard code a token. Of course, you go back and fix that. You just don't roll right into the next war room, right? Well, I find that most people actually just roll in the next war room. But then you have an expired certificate, or you have incorrect pointers on from non-prod to prod. We slowly learn about what we didn't, wasn't exactly what we thought it was through these events. But the problem with this learning this way, right, is our system slowly drifts into a state of unknown. And what makes this even worse is that we're learning through pain, right? Costly pain, because customers are encountering often that kind of pain. But this is where chaos engineering comes in, and I'm going to expand on this, but chaos engineering is the ability to sort of proactively identify these unforeseen events and the drift between what you believe the system is in your head and how it actually functions in reality without incurring pain. And we're going to talk more about that. So in the end, our systems have become more complex and messy than we initially remember them. Because honestly, it's very difficult to keep track of all the changes in our heads. I don't think anybody really can. We have to abstract and simplify to make sense of things. So what does all this stuff have to do with security? Like I said, I'm getting around to it. I'm building, right? I also want to illustrate that the normal condition of any system is to fail. It's to fail. It's humans that keep it from failing. I illustrate that because in security we love to point the finger at the human, right? But security is a human construct, okay? And furthermore, we need failure to understand where we need to improve the security and how we can learn and improve and grow, to building a better and brighter security. So how do we typically discover when our security measures fail? Well, we typically discover when our security fails through a series of outages. Through security incidents. Typically, some kind of alert or some kind of sort of logging or observability metrics comes in and it throws an alert. An alert tells us something didn't work. Probably most likely is from a security controller mechanism, and then we operate it. But the problem with that methodology is that it's very reactive, and security incidents are not effective measures of detection because it's probably too late at that point to really do a whole lot about it. You're more or less assessing damage control. Like I said before, no system is inherently secure by default. It's humans that make them that way, right? Safety, reliability, quality, resilience, right? These are all human constructs. So be careful anytime you point the finger at humans being the problem in security. It's also humans that are what's causing what's the solution, right? What's making things secure. Going on. When things fail, people operate differently. So they also operate differently when we expect things to fail. So during an incident or outage or war room, especially in terms of security incidents and outages, people freak out, right? People are worried about the name, blame, shame game, right? People are worried about it being their fault. They're worrying about being blamed for it. They're worrying about sometimes losing their job. Because what happens is within 15 to 30 minutes of the outage or incident is that you'll get a CEO or some senior executive, behind it and asking, hey, it's not about what happened. It's about get that thing back up and running. We're losing money, right? So the focus is trying to get the thing back to be operational, not what actually happened. The whole point here, and why I illustrate all these points, is that this is not a good learning environment. People are freaking out. They're worried. Their cognitive load is beyond reckoning. They're not able to look beyond the biggest problem in front of them, which could be losing their jobs. So we don't do chaos engineering here. We don't do it here. We do it here, right? We don't do it here. We do it here, right? We do it when nobody is freaking out, right? When there is no active war room, when there is no incident, right? We do it when when our eyes are wide open, when we can learn, and because it's a proactive exercise. We don't do it during war rooms, incidents, or outages. So chaos engineering. So what is this chaos engineering stuff? I'm sure you're hearing a lot about it. The CNCF said it's the number one of the top things for next year, whatever that means. But we'll talk a little bit about it. So chaos engineering. So chaos engineering is a discipline of experimentation on distributed systems in order to build confidence in the system's ability to withstand turbulent conditions. So another way I like to talk about it, it's the technique of proactively introducing turbulent conditions into a system to try to determine the conditions by which a system or service will fail before it actually fails. We learn before we encounter customer pain. And that's the great part about it, is that we're able to proactively experiment with the system and understand, ensure that the system actually still works the way you think it does. And to be clear, I have never seen a chaos experiment succeed the first time, right? What does that tell you? It tells you that, that's just one, that's my experience, but I think it's pretty synonymous. I think it's pretty unanimous, is that we're often almost always wrong about how we think our systems work. So chaos engineering, if you Google it on the internet, you're going to see lots of stuff about breaking things in production, and sounds cool, right? Like you'll see things about breaking things on purpose. These things couldn't be further from the truth, right? It's not about manifesting chaos. The point is your system's already chaotic. The idea is trying to establish order from the chaos through experimentation. So no story, no chaos engineering talk would be complete without a Chaos Monkey story. So Chaos Monkey was born in 2008 during Netflix's cloud transformation process. Because a lot of people will come to me, they'll be like, Aaron, we can't do the chaos engineering, we can barely do the DevOps, or we just started in the cloud. And I'm like, well, I mean, chaos engineering was born out of Netflix's cloud transformation. What they were doing is they decided to go from DVDs and data centers to the cloud and streaming. And during that process, so when they're building in AWS, AMIs were just disappearing. Poof, they would disappear. Right. The problem with that is it doesn't help to create stable services. So what they did was decided we're going to build our services to be resilient to these types of failures. So after they did that, they needed a way to test it. So they created Chaos Monkey. What Chaos Monkey does is during business hours, it will pseudo-randomly select a service that will bring down an AMI. Now, what did this do? The purpose of this wasn't to create chaos. What this did was it created the expectation for me as a service owner. If I'm building my service, is that I have to build. I have to expect that this failure is going to happen. This type of failure is going to happen. I have to build my service to be resilient to it. And what Chaos Monkey did is it sort of helped put a well-defined problem in front of these engineers. Turns out when you do that, they solve them. Engineers do pretty well when you give them good context and detail around problem. That's really where chaos engineering really helps provide more context about how the system actually functions to ensure what you're building will hit its mark. So it really helped accelerate Netflix's cloud transformation. So it's a key component. Actually, one of the biggest triggers for chaos engineering and right now that I've seen is cloud transformation still, believe it or not. So who's doing chaos engineering? I don't know. There's probably, I'd say, closer to somewhere between 1,700, 1,800 plus companies. It's hard to keep track anymore. It's becoming sort of the next sort of thing. Chaos engineering was originally designed to be a tool set for SREs, because SREs you can't scale if they're humans, right? The idea is to create a series of tools to help SREs understand systems and build more safe and reliable services. So a lot of companies out there now doing it. Various levels of maturity. So there's also 3 books now. So originally, well, there's actually 5, but these are sort of the 3 ones I'm throwing out there. And there's original Netflix book that Casey wrote, my co-founder. And then we just finished the official animal book, which is the one on the right, System Resiliency in Practice. That's got a chapter on security chaos engineering. I'll have a link to that at the end of this presentation, as well as the security chaos engineering book that's in the bottom there, and there'll be a link to that as well. That just came out last week. So getting back to it. So instrumenting chaos. So Casey and I like to loosely define sort of instrumentation into 2 buckets. This is to illustrate where chaos engineering sort of fits in this ecosystem, is that we believe testing is the verification or validation of something you already know to be true or false. It's a binary thing. You know what you're looking for before you go looking for it, and the purpose is to verify it, right? Whereas experimentation, we're trying to derive new information about the unknown things within the system, trying to understand what is the unknown, if you will, right? And we do that through experimenting. What we do is it's in the form of, I believe, if the X condition were to occur in the system, we've designed Y to be the response. And what you actually do is you instrument it. You actually execute that test. And really, this is not a build phase kind of experimentation like fuzzing or any of your other smoke tests, unit tests. You still do all those things. Do not confuse that. I'm not saying don't do this. This is the post-deployment problem, right? Is that once you now have all these microservices and they're auto scaling, they're connected with other services. They're doing blue-green deployments, auto canaries, A/B testing. The complexity post-deployment is where the problem is getting more and more difficult. And when you have different sets of humans delivering on different sets of requirements on different microservices, and they're all interdependent, things are bound to go awry at some point. And that's why we write these hypotheses about how we actually believe the system to be working, and we execute them and determine whether we were correct or not. A few pitfalls with chaos engineering. It's not about breaking things on purpose. If you go to your management, you start with a premise of breaking things on purpose, you might not have a job very long, right? It's not about that, right? What we're trying to do is we're trying to fix them on purpose, fix them before they cause customer pain, and that's really where the value is. That's why it's so attractive to a lot of organizations. So what is security chaos engineering? Well, this is an AppSec crowd, so what I'll tell you is it's no different, right? Is that it's just how it's applied to the security we build in our systems. As a builder, most of my career, I kind of know how things are built, and I always look. I since the onset of getting into security, I've always looked at security being an engineering problem, right? And so I don't look at the system as its system and its security. I look at the system as being secure or not. And so this chaos engineering thing sort of made a lot of sense to me in that regard. And that's sort of how I was able to expand to sort of pioneer this space. So a common saying in chaos engineering is hope is not a strategy. It's not an effective strategy. It worked in Star Wars, but it really doesn't work in engineering. I mean, furthermore, engineers, we don't believe in two things. We don't believe in hope. We don't believe in luck, right? We believe in data. We believe in instrumentation, good instrumentation, better instrumentation, better. Tell me what's wrong. Give me context, right? That way I can build what I want to build, and that's it's important. So with security chaos engineering, what we're trying to do is understand where the inherent sort of weaknesses in the systems are before an adversary has the ability to take advantage of them. So what do I mean by that? Is that if you look at the majority of malicious code out there, I mean, as software engineers, we can read code and we can look at code, and most software security people were software engineers, I'm assuming. Is that if you look at most malicious code, I mean, there's about 5, 6, maybe even upward to 10%, for all I know, that malicious code that is actually sophisticated stuff, but the majority of it is junk engineering. It's junk code. It doesn't have to be very good code, actually, because usually there's sort of some sort of low-hanging fruit or that it's looking for, either like a misconfigured port or an open S3 bucket, or you name it. You can name a million of those types of vulnerabilities. But the idea is we're proactively trying to insert those conditions or inject those conditions in the system, determine whether or not the controls and the security we put in place to detect that low-hanging fruit can actually detect it before that we can actually detect it before an adversary can take advantage of it. That's really what we're trying to do. So, and we often misremember what our systems really are, and this happens because. And it magnifies, but it happens because accidents and mistakes are part of engineering. I mean, as an engineer, I will tell you, like, my process was, if somebody gave me something they want me to build, it was a process of, that didn't work. That didn't work. Oh, hey, that's cool. That kind of works. And then it's kind of, because, it's this, you're trying to often as software, as engineers, we're trying to build things that never existed before. So it's a process of exploration and trying to figure out what's even possible, whether you can even build it or not before before you can make it secure. But in the process of doing that in a large scale system, is that it's easy to make accidents and mistakes, and those accidents and mistakes are part of what creates the low-hanging fruit, and we're going to expand on that. So really with chaos engineering for security, it's about continuously verifying that security works the way we think it does. And in doing so, we're able to reduce the uncertainty by building confidence in how the system actually functions. Here's some use cases. So these use cases are actually expanded upon in the Security Chaos Engineering O'Reilly book. There's some great case studies in there, also one from Capital One, as well as Cardinal Health on how they implemented security chaos engineering, as well as a couple tools out there. Anyway, the use cases that I found the most valuable when I started sort of pioneering the space were, I started with security control validation. I'm trying to verify that the security that I designed in the system actually got configured and placed correctly. And what I needed is a way to constantly ask the computer questions, the system questions, and to ensure that the controls were actually still as effective as I designed them to be. In the process of doing that, we started utilizing security chaos engineering for incident response. Incident response is a very valuable exercise for security chaos engineering, and because no matter how many people, how much money you have in your security program, how many security controls or fancy solutions you have to detect or to prevent, it's still a very subjective ecosystem. You don't know what's going to happen, how they're what's somebody's going to try to get in, how they're going to try to get in, who they are, and what their intent is. Like you're kind of waiting. All that preparation that you put in place, you don't know whether or not it's effective until the situation is designed for it occurs. So what we do with security chaos engineering is we proactively introduce the conditions that those controls are supposed to fire, when it isn't an adversary, and determine that proactively that it is effective before an adversary tries to exercise that condition. One of the interesting areas that a woman from Pinterest, Prima Barani, opened my eyes on was that being the ability to be proactive, you're introducing a controlled signal into the system in instant response, but also you're able to validate and verify whether the technology worked correctly, whether you had the right number of people, whether the run books were correct, but also where she really did some experimentation at Pinterest is that on determining how effective the security logs were, is that when there's an active security incident, you're trying to figure out what the heck happened. You're looking for logs, looking context and data, maybe a SIM or security data lake or whatever it is. You're looking for that context, and if a lot of times the log events you'll get don't make any sense, right? And we're getting so many of them, and it's very difficult to do when you're under the gun, trying to figure out where an attacker is or what's been exposed or what happened. It makes it worse when you can't read the logs. But she was able to proactively introduce these events and sort of judge and value and grade how effective the logs were and how ready they were actually to respond to those kind of scenarios. I thought it was pretty valuable. And lastly, every chaos experiment in general, whether security or availability based, has compliance value. Essentially, what you're doing is you're proving whether the technology, the security worked the way you designed it for, or the way you documented it. All you have to do is keep the output of every experiment in a high integrity way and label it with the right control framework. And you got free compliance, audit material. So part of, like I said, the problem with its response is the response aspect. And like I said, it's a very subjective exercise. I think at United Health Group, when I was there, we had over 1,000 people in security. We spent a lot of money on security. But no matter how much we spent, how many people we put in play, we weren't perfect, right? And there's no way to be perfect. But what you need is, just like DevOps, continuous delivery, you have these feedback loops, right? Well, post deployment, we need those feedback loops too, and that's really what we're doing is we're trying to ensure that everything's functioning the way it's supposed to, including the humans in incident response. Because it's very difficult to compare two different events, even though they look similar, because the context is different. Well, when you're actually proactively introducing these signals and events in the system, it becomes easier to sort of measure and manage the incident response process. And so what we're essentially doing is, instead of the post-mortem being the after-action exercise, the post-mortem becomes the preparation exercise. We determine how prepared we actually are for these types of events. So Chaos Slinger, this is the open source tool that a team and I wrote at United Health Group. It was the first open source tool to ever apply chaos engineering to cybersecurity, and talk a little bit about it. So Chaos Slinger, you can go out to GitHub and check it out. It's actually a deprecated project. I think United Health Group uses their own internal version now, but still, that doesn't matter. Actually, in the security chaos engineering O'Reilly book, I go into sort of how you utilize it, as well as there's another tool called CloudStrike, not CrowdStrike, CloudStrike, that you can sort of model how to write experiments for. But Chaos Slinger's out there on GitHub. So when we were writing Chaos Slinger, we needed a good example that was relatable to whether you're a software engineer, whether you're a network engineer, a systems engineer, cloud engineer, and everyone kind of understands what a firewall is supposed to do, right? I mean, we've had them for a little over 30 years, and longer than that probably. I think of it. But anyway, misconfigured ports seem to happen all the time still for some reason. I know what the reason is. It's because one, network flow is not intuitive. Two, we're human, right? Meaning that people either didn't understand the change that we're supposed to make, or somebody put the information in the ticket wrong, or got applied incorrectly. This was a very easy thing that we expected to be able to cover for. What we expected to happen was that the firewalls we put in place would immediately detect and block the change, and it would be a non-issue. Turns out it's not exactly true, and we learned a lot from this experience. But here's the thing: this was something we expected to already to be a thing that we covered, and it did not to be a problem. But what happened when we did it was only about 60% of the time did the firewalls actually detect and block it. It was actually due to a configuration drift issue between our commercial software division and our non-commercial software division, and we were able to discover this proactively, so we were able to fix that. But that was the first thing we learned. The second thing we learned was that the cloud native configuration management tool caught the change and blocked it every time. So the thing we barely even paid for was more effective than the thing that we sort of expected to solve everything for us. So that was the second thing we learned. The third thing we expected to happen, so this is where I had a lot of doubt, is that we had our United Health Group, we had our own, we had a SIM, but we primarily used our own tool, which is a large security big data lake type of solution. And I wasn't sure whether or not, since we were new to the cloud at the time, whether or not the that alert would fire from the configuration management tool and the firewall. Well, it turns out that actually did. So I got some more confidence in the alerting and the logging. So we actually got the alert. So that was the third thing we learned. The fourth thing that we learned was when the alert got to the security operations center. The analysts got the alert, but they couldn't ascertain which AWS account it came from. Now, as an engineer, you can say, "Well, Aaron, can't you just backtrack the IP address and figure out what instance it came from?" Well, yeah, you can, right? I mean, but that could take 15 minutes. It could take 30 minutes, right? And if SNAT is in play, you're going to have SNAT intentionally hides the real IP address. So it could be 15, 30, it could be 2 to 3 hours to figure that out. If this were an actual incident or war room, I mean, United Health Group's a big company. They lose a lot of money for every minute that they're down, sometimes millions of dollars, right? But guess what? All these things that I'm talking about, we were able to learn proactively before they caused customer pain, before there was an outage, right? And before anybody worried about being blamed for not doing their job correctly. All we had to do was add metadata to the pointer, and it solved that problem. So that's kind of the premise behind what we're trying to achieve, and then, sort of the evolution of this is that this becomes an automation exercise, and you continually write more and more experiments, and then you expand in your coverage and becomes more and more of a regression test over time. And I'll leave you with one final comment, is that this is from John Osbaugh. John Osbaugh was the sort of one of the fathers of DevOps, as well as the father of resilience engineering for software. He's where I've learned most of my knowledge about resilience engineering, which is in safety engineering and cognitive science. Those are the things that's the deeper information behind why chaos engineering is so important, resides in those domains. But John likes to say, as engineers, we stop looking for better answers and start asking ourselves better questions. And I think as engineers, we have to really take that into stock. And that's sort of the end of my presentation. And I will leave you a couple links. Here's the link to the Security Chaos Engineering book. I wrote it with Kelly Shortridge. She's pretty brilliant. And there's some good material in there. I'd love to give you feedback from anyone who has feedback. And here's a link to both books. So,
thank you so much, Aaron. Fantastic talk. Easily digested. It was. It's getting later in the evening, but it was easy to pay attention to, and it was easy to really grasp the concept. So, yeah, thank you for your time, and we'll just wait here for a few seconds and see if anyone has any questions. Abdullah, anything to add or ask or anything of that nature?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just posting in the the YouTube room to see if there's anyone that has any questions.
Yeah, so I actually, that's a good point. I should actually say, if we seem awkward and slow on things, it's because we are actually pulling a lot of strings behind the scenes. So like clicking buttons and putting in links and doing things. So yeah. So,
Ken's operating me right now. So no, I'm just kidding.
That's how it works.
No, I mean, I'm trying to think. Like,
you've been involved in this journey for a while. I mean, you've seen. I actually, Abdullah saw this presentation 3.5, almost 4 years ago at the DC, the Northern Virginia OWASP. Like when I was still at United Healthcare. So
yeah, kind of the evolution of this.
Right.
It's been quite interesting. I mean, I guess to that point, then what's next? Is there a next?
So a couple different nexts. I mean, I'm just because I'm the person that started this, doesn't mean I know all the ways you can apply it and all the ways you can utilize it. Capital One does it. They call it cyber chaos engineering. Cardinal Health calls it applied security is what they call it. But they're applying it in different ways that I've never applied it before. I mean, and it's kind of interesting for me to see when people adopt it, pick it up from like blogs that I wrote and the open source tool, right? Like, but it's kind of cool to see it evolve, and I really enjoy when people reach out and share the stories. So in the Kelly and I are writing the full O'Reilly book for next year. And we're capturing more and more case studies and, going deeper on like the management aspects of it and the engineering. So like in this one, O'Reilly really didn't, I had a lot of code examples and scripts and things like that. And O'Reilly's like, that's too deep to start with. I'm like, well, as an engineer, I want practical like how to, right? Like, but in the next book, we're really gonna expand it in all that area. That way people, but really, I mean, it's not that hard if you know Python or Bash to really write a lot of these experiments.
Right. Yeah, I think that would be interesting. I think, for a talk, what I would really love to see is like practical examples of like the chaos engineering in action.
Mm-hmm.
I was specifically security chaos engineering in action. That would be really neat to see. I think that would be super neat to see.
Well, I'm planning some of that with David from Capital One. We're going to do some of that, some examples on how they do it.
Okay.
A lot of people are doing it. It's either on the cloud, and usually with AWS, or it's Kubernetes, or it's containers in general. Because even though you have Twistlock or Aqua, it doesn't mean that they're always configured correctly, that they're not drifting from the environment, or that they're even enabled on those instances. And I found that was really interesting. That I think it was Cardinal Health that was finding out that the tools are great, but they just weren't being implemented and weren't as effective as they were supposed to be. So
that makes sense.
Yeah,
makes sense. Great, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
I don't know, absolutely. Ken, is there anything else? I don't think I see anything.
No, I was looking for that, but no, we're good. So with that, Aaron, thank you so much for your time. I know everyone appreciates.
Thanks, guys. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too.
See ya. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay.
Well, there he is.
There we go. And I will bring in our next speaker, Clea. Let me bring Clea in. Okay. All right. Clea. Hi.
Hey, Clea.
Nice to see you again.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Clea.
Oh my gosh, so good to see all your faces.
Yeah, look at that. It's like old days, huh? Old times.
Oh my God, the glory days.
I think it was Las Vegas it was Las Vegas a couple years ago. I don't remember which year. 2018?
2019. It was.
2019. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just last year. Kenny,
it's
it's
been a hell of a
still-
decade this year.
Still last year.
How's
Wow.
Teddy?
Oh, he's good. Actually, he's home with a COVID test, so we're pending results. Which,
Oh, fun.
yeah,
Awesome.
like F this year, right? We're all there. But all good. Things are good, and just happy to wrap up, and it's on to the next, right?
Good to hear.
How are you all feeling? Let's see. We're 3 hours and 48 minutes into sitting here doing this, so probably exhausted.
This is how we're feeling.
Yeah.
I'm ready for whiskey. I'm gonna go grab a glass once I get started. So
you got to catch up, my friend.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna grab one as well.
Yeah, we are going to be talking about insider threat and your friends
wait.
who are actually your enemies. So you probably should drink on it.
Can't wait.
Awesome.
Put on the tinfoil hats.
So you ready to share your screen?
Yeah. Easiest with 2 monitors. Do they know they only give me a laptop? All right, let's do this.
She's not referring to us. We didn't provide any laptops. So.
We're not we.
I think when we all started working from home permanently, everyone thought, oh, it's temporary. It's, when we first started, oh, it's not going to be too bad. I don't need my desk. I don't need my laptop. And now it's, we need to invest in some office infrastructure. All right. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay. It's not like I don't do this all the time.
Oh yeah, the fun Zoom life that we're all leading.
Exactly.
But every platform thinks they had do it better, so they're all different.
Yeah. Yeah. Appear.in or whatever it was pretty interesting there for a while, and then it got acquired.
All right, I think we're live. How's that look?
Oh, I can see it. Yep. All right, let's get that added. Perfect.
Fabulous.
All right. So we will go ahead and turn it over to you and back out. We are here in the green room to support you, but you won't see us or hear us. So we're here though.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I am Clea Ostendorf. I am a security relationship manager at Code 42. Code 42 is a data protection insider threat company, and I work with teams to help build insider threat programs. So what I'm going to talk to you all about today is what I've learned, and some ways that you can build this into what you're currently doing and how to solve this human problem. So the reality is there are 2 types of people in the world, those who take data and those who lie. Think back to your last job. Did you email yourself some presentations that you did that you liked? Did you maybe send some of the code that you wrote to your own personal Git repo? The facts are we all take data. And as an organization, you have to think about what you care about and what you want to pursue, and how you want to think about protecting your company's assets. Okay, so what is insider threat? More than a security buzzword, because the reality is we're talking about people, and we're talking about people who you trust. These are your colleagues, these are your friends. There's so much more than just this abstract hacker from Russia who's trying to get into your network. There's more than that. So for this discussion, I'm going to focus mostly on employees who are taking data to start a new company, when somebody is angry and they want to get back to you, or if they're trying to use the company for financial gain. And we're going to focus on indicators that you can use to be proactive to build out your current program. And just in case the term insider threat is offensive, there are many other ways you can think of this program. Personnel security, workplace violence, DLP, I think DLP kind of was first, and now we're trying to think about why are we losing data? Let's think about the human element, enter insider threat, insider risk. Okay, and this is not going away. So as we all work remotely, those intangible controls that you think don't really matter are all gone. So rather than having to think like, is my coworker sitting next to me going to care if I stick in a USB and transfer all these presentations I worked on, or, does it matter if I print out the customer lists? Will somebody see? Now we're in the wild, wild west, or we're in our own home offices, so you can do whatever the heck you want, and you're not usually going to get caught. And the truth is, I think most people don't do it maliciously, right? Like I have a external hard drive of my old laptop, and I don't mean to steal that data, but it's there, and I didn't know what I couldn't take, right? So it comes down to, do people know what's appropriate for them to take? If I create something, is it mine or is it the company's? And I think it's up to those who enforce these policies and systems to actually tell people what they can and can't do, because people are stupid. That should be the subtitle of this talk. Insider threats, people are stupid. Also the name of security. Okay, so let's start with a classic story time. In this case, there was an engineer who worked at Waymo. And Waymo, if anyone is not familiar with them, they are an autonomous driving technology group. It's a subsidiary of Alphabet, i.e. Google. And, they've been in and out of the news. So 6 weeks before his resignation, an engineer, Anthony Lewandowski, a high-level employee, downloaded over 14,000 files of highly confidential proprietary design information. He had access to these files. Didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. They didn't catch this. Everyone said goodbye. Thank you for all your help. We really appreciate your work at this company. Keep in touch. We'll see you later. He then founded a trucking company for autonomous vehicles called Otto, O-T-T-O, which then was sold to Uber. All of a sudden, Waymo starts to look into this and sees the technology and says, hey, this looks awfully familiar. This looks like the IP and designs that my engineers spent thousands of hours on. I think this might be mine. So enter a lawsuit. It's big and messy. It's still pending. Waymo filed a lawsuit against Uber for trade secret theft. They sought over $1 billion settlement. That did not go through, but just to put a dollar amount on when somebody's walking out with your IP, what it might look like, that's kind of where we settled. So a few kind of things that you can learn from this. Uber didn't steal the information, right? They bought a company that somebody brought that information into. However, they were still held liable and they're on the hook. So a few other things to learn about with this. Oops. We can also see that when Anthony was leaving, he took the data about 60 days before he left. So that's a pattern that we've seen across the board. When people are leaving an organization, they tend to start packaging up their data and their information and things that they want weeks before they put in their notice. Think about the last time you changed jobs. You knew you were leaving before you had that next job. You had to start to think about, what have I worked on over the last 3 years that's valuable, that I want to share, or that I think will help me in my next job? Let me package that up and email myself that. No harm done. I created it. It's all good. So that spike of data egress could have set off some red flags. It didn't. So what you could do if you see a spike like this in your DLP tool or your CASB or whatever you have for the visibility of data movement, start to think, what is this employee doing? Is there anything I need to look into? Has he put in his notice, etc.? Have there been any access requests to Crown Jewels that somebody might, we might need to look into? And use your existing tools to start to alert on that. And you know, the hard truth is you can try and recoup your losses of hundreds of hours of engineering time, but you're never going to. I mean, Whammo went from being a hot ticket to creating the newest technology to the reality is now they're one of a few who are trying to fight this battle. Okay, so another kind of way to build this in, and this is something that we do at Code 42, we promote this with our customers, is thinking about the highest risk employees. And we're going to start with departing employees because we know that they take data. So if we know that departing employees have a higher likelihood of taking data, let's put them in some sort of watch list to make sure that what they are taking is nothing we care about. So easy workflow, somebody puts in their notice, maybe they're using a system like Workday. From Workday, they set off another ticket to start to deprovision them or put them into some sort of watch list, use that same watch list to start to see what files they've been moving and touching and systems they've been touching to just make sure that they're not doing anything that you really you care about. So in the case that an analyst identifies something, go to the manager. This is one example. And then the manager has a few options. You can either talk directly to the employee, tell the employee to delete it. You can bring it to the HR executive who's doing the offboarding process and say, hey, we've seen you take these 6 files. This is IP that we care about. Delete them now. Do not use them, or we're coming after them. Case closed. Or they don't see anything, so you can close the case. The key for doing any sort of automated workflow like this when it comes to employees specifically is to do this for everybody. That's to remove any bias or favoritism that somebody might say, you did this for me because you had a vendetta against me and you didn't do it for my peer because you liked her. That's a cautionary tale. Other risk indicators that you can use for the same sort of process. This is sort of like your watch list. If you have a SIM or if you're using whatever system you may be focusing on, anyone with elevated access privileges, they're more likely to be able to take things or get into systems that you don't want them to touch. Another one that's interesting, and I don't think people always think about, is people who are failing phishing tests. So if somebody's consistently clicking on that link and failing your phishing test, they're probably going to be opening more doors, or they might be inadvertently sharing things publicly or what have you. So just watch that person, educate them. Stupid mistakes are stupid mistakes, but they can lead to something more dramatic. Another workflow, same looks like a standard workflow that you would have if you have some sort of ticket that you need to investigate. The key difference when it comes to insider threat or insider risk is you are looking at employees. So you're looking at your peers and you have to think of how you're going to report on that, do the investigation, make sure that you're not violating any employee privacy or GDPR regulations. And that's why it's really important to involve your legal and HR teams, those security leaders who have the support of HR, legal, perhaps, an executive at the team or at the company. They're going to cover their bases a lot more and have less liability if somebody comes back and says, this is a vendetta against me, or, prove it. This is, take me to court. A more defined process and program is going to help you here. Yes, the old adage of let's buy a tool to solve a problem. Now, everybody knows that doesn't work. You can't just buy your way secure, as much as we all would hope and try and think that the latest buzzword on the RSA floor is going to save us. That's not the case. And with insider threat, that is 100% the case as well. So you have to think about why people are doing the things they're doing and try and get ahead of that. So some common precursors that we see, mergers and acquisitions. Great example. So you know that your company is going to go through some sort of M&A. What does that mean for the employees? Am I going to have a job? Is my role going to stay the same? What's my manager going to be like? What's my future at the company? I'm concerned. I better start looking for a new job. I better start looking through all the work I've done over the last 6 years to compile that so that I can present that to my new employer. One example. What about if somebody has HR violations or complaints, or if somebody is on a PIP or they didn't get a promotion? All of these things can help build resentment towards the company and make them want to either get back at the organization where they didn't get enough credit. So let's post it on Reddit, this great, brilliant plan I've come up with, and brag about it. No one will see because it's just an anonymous website. What if somebody says, you know what, I'm not getting the glory I want at this company. I'm going to start my own, and I'm going to take all the information that I worked on in the last few years and go start my own company, like the Waymo case. All of these things happen, and you have to start to think about, how can I get ahead of this to face this problem head on? So how can I get ahead of this? This gets back to the question of, what do you care about and what are you trying to protect? So again, this is high level. You always want to go into more detail. I know many of you are professionals at digging into threat modeling, but let's think about it from high level. What am I trying to protect? Where does it live? Who has access to it? And how can someone leverage it for financial or personal gain? And then, what controls do you have in place to protect it? Is it just visibility? Do you have training? Do you have some sort of blocking mechanism? Are you just monitoring it? Do you have any monitoring? Do you even know what's happening? All of these things you need to think about, but what you want to protect is critical. So a few things that I talk to my customers around is that data that you're trying to have visibility to around and see where it's going. So people think easily like, okay, code is what I care about, customer lists. But do you care about your HR data? So there was a case where a competitor of, I think it might have been Uber. Oh, no, it's Tesla. So a competitor of Tesla was starting a new company. They purposely recruited HR reps from Tesla because they brought over the comp plans, the bonus structure, the hiring practices, all of the things that you need to be competitive and have a leg up on your competitors. So you might not think that your comp plans or your strategy for recruiting the best engineers matters, but if it gets into the wrong hands, that's something you might be concerned about. One of my favorite stories is an insider trading story. So this is about a year old. This was following a Palo Alto admin who used his credentials to gain access to financial earnings reports that weren't protected. They weren't monitored at all. No one even really thought of them as something that they had to build some sort of controls around. And then he traded for years based on this report, sharing the intel across the board. He finally got caught. One of his co-conspirers were caught at the airport trying to leave the country. Very dramatic. but let's think about people who have elevated privileges, and let's start looking at what they're touching and where they're moving it. And as I'm just breezing through this, because it's like talking to a screen, security is a people problem. Tools help, but you need to think about the people who are touching your systems, what motivates them to do things, and how can you have some visibility and controls in place that protect it. The reality is blocking is archaic. It doesn't work. You have to have the thing we all want, the visibility, but visibility is only as good as you're looking at your people. So do you have any employee incentive programs? If somebody goes on a PIP, what are you doing to make sure that they're okay and that they're going to rebound from that and they want to invest in the company? If you have an awareness program, are you also sharing what people can and cannot take? When you leave a company, can I take my slides or do I have to leave everything? And how about some training? What do you look for? Is it acceptable for your peer to use a USB or print off all this information? Or should you report that or call them out on that? Just things to think about as you bring in the human element to an insider threat program. Questions from the group?
Hey, great job. Let's see. I think there's one question here from David, actually.
How does the company weigh the cost of preventing IP theft in the first place versus legal? Right. So chasing after employees is expensive. It's unlikely that you're actually going to catch them. You're going to be entangled in a legal battle for years, and it's not scalable. So you don't want to sue your employees.
Well, no, and I think that's kind of the point.
Wait, what?
It's when someone walks off with IP, it's extremely expensive to get it back, and most of the time you're then to the point where just let it go, because it's going to be many thousands of dollars to fight it. It may be worth it depending on what that IP is, but from stopping it from happening in the first place, you're right, tools aren't the only answer. But I'm curious, some of the things that we're struggling with is detecting the anomalous behavior. Some of the things that we've seen, and you mentioned it, like people start taking data 30 to 60 days before they leave. Other things that we've seen is people start deleting a bunch of data, before they leave. That could be another one of those indicators, like, oh shit, they just deleted gigs of data from, O365 or whatever it might be. And maybe that plays into some of this, beforehand detection of, someone possibly walking out the door with something.
Yeah, it gets back down to the basics. When somebody leaves, are you doing an exit interview and asking them, reaffirming, hey, just so you know, we've seen you take all this stuff, or we saw you delete all this. We have it on record. You cannot take X, Y, and Z. If you do, we will pursue it. Or one step further, you took all this information, please delete it in front of me. Let's close this case. And then you sign this and we will pursue you. That's what some companies do. I get the question, well, is that scalable? It depends on what somebody's taking. You should do an exit interview, hygiene for everyone. But if you don't, why don't you focus on the employees that are high value, or you've seen them do some activity that is suspicious?
What types of, you've been with, I think, Code 42 for, it's been a year now, a little over a year, right?
Yeah, a year and a half.
Oh, Jesus. Where does time go?
I know.
What kind of companies have like an official insider threat program? Fully defined. Maybe they even have a functional team. Like that's their role. That's their job. I mean, is it kind of all over the place, or is it like once you get to 500 employees, you have a program? Like, what have you seen?
Well, Dave, you should know this answer. Everyone has a defined AppSec program too, right?
Right. Touche.
Yeah, right. I think insider threat has been something that government organizations have cared about forever, but it has changed to now become something the private sector is considering and building because of just the sheer number and portability of data and how much people are moving. It's something people need to think about. But not many companies have a defined program. I think a lot of people are trying to solve this by like a DLP program. And that's just saying, block it and shut this down. That's not reality in the work world that we work in today. So you need to think about, why are people doing things that they shouldn't, and how can we build a program around it? And then on top of that, you have to think about employee privacy. Who's touching this? Who's looking at this? Is this too big brother? How can I keep the culture? Because that's another thing that companies have to care about. All of a sudden, culture matters. It's not the 1980s where it's just, you're in your power suit and you're grinding away on your, I don't even know what you used. What did you work on?
TI-84s. TI-84s.
No. TI-85s. Come on.
85s. There you go. Sorry.
Yeah, like you're not taking that home with you. You're not emailing that out.
We had calculators. That was about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. They were solar powered.
I think, from my perspective, insider threat is one of those things that encompasses so many facets. And without an actual defined program, you're going to fail at it. Period. Like, people are walking out of organizations with data, IP every single day. And one thing that I'd be really interested in is like, how often are people actually using that data that they're walking out with, right? Whether it's marketing material, whether it's, deep down internals, whether it's architectural diagrams, like, it'd be really interesting to know how much people are applying that in their next role.
Yeah, I'll go one step further and say, what do you actually care about if somebody uses, right? Like, it's really easy to say, like, don't take our ARC diagrams, but what's the risk to the business if somebody uses that? If there's none, really.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it goes back to what the company actually owns too, right? Because we know as consultants and going in, like, processes and expertise is not something that the company necessarily like can take away from you or owns. And then there's the non-disclosure agreements and the signatures that go on SOWs and contracts that determine what that actually is. But I do feel like it's a very gray area, right? It's one thing when it's code and it's something that you've developed specifically for an institution. But
yeah, it feels like it's traditionally been such an, like, let's have these NDAs and let's have all these things, the PIAs and all these things in place up front, just in case someday we might have to do something about it. For 15 years, I was in consulting across, 3 different consulting organizations. And technically, based on some of the things that I signed and all that, I went to competitors. So there could be some suing and things there. But like, maybe we're just doing this backward, right? I don't know. It's such a tough problem to think about, and I see it every day. I mean, we forever are adding more alerting and anomalous detection and things like that. But I don't, as the CISO, even know, like, when would we get to the point where it would be so important that legal recourse would be a must, right? Yeah. Like, where is that threshold? And I think a lot of, we're still fairly small, only 300 so employees. But I think a lot of organizations probably struggle with that alone.
Absolutely. And then they see all these alerts and all these things happening, and you're like, I'm overwhelmed. I can't do this. I don't know what to do. Get back to the basics. And what do you care about? What if it goes down, or if it gets out, is going to destroy your business or put a dent in your plans to go public or whatever? I hear a lot, well, we care about salespeople taking customer lists. And I say, okay, but I'm on LinkedIn, so I have all the contacts. So why does it matter?
Yeah.
So don't think.
Yeah, you can't take the actual Excel spreadsheet that you exported from Salesforce, but you have the same thing in your LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a hard problem. I can think of probably 3 things at Contrast that would be important enough for us to seek legal recourse, but those things would destroy us.
Well, that's what you need to protect, and think about who has access. How could they get access? So, worst case scenario, somebody has it, they download it. What form does that take? And then how can somebody get it off their endpoint or off your Google Drive or wherever it's shared?
Yeah. I mean, but to one of your earlier points, like a lot of times it's kind of on accident. I mean, people are backing up their systems. Sure, we block, USB drives or whatever, but everyone's connecting to iCloud and Dropbox and, all of these different things. It's just.
Well, do you let them do it?
Well, of course we do. We're a startup, right? Like there's this. So I don't know if you guys have read this Honest Security piece. Did anyone read it? Go to honest.security. It really kind of created kind of a little wave in the InfoSec industry in the last couple of weeks about like the molding together of personal and business work on corporate-owned devices. And it's a struggle, right? I mean, as a startup, the talent that comes to you has a way of life that they expect. And to retain that talent, you have to give in to a few things. And some of that is less restrictions on endpoints. You go to a financial services organization, you have no choice, right? But they're probably not retaining the crazy talent that maybe a startup can get. So there's this balance that we have to deal with. And that I think that's a struggle for a lot of, fast-paced, fast-growing startups, because like at some point you have to start making those hard decisions. But when does that begin? And we're close. I'm going to be honest, we're close.
Yeah, and Dave, I want to bring this up on the flip side too, the large organizations, right? Like I understand the startup mentality and the startup culture, because like we've lived that over the last few years. But as a consultant, like how many times have you walked into a large organization and they're like, hey, we want you to test this. Here's a laptop. And you're like, okay, I have to first like break the security of this laptop just so I can actually do what you want me to do. Right. Yes. And yes. It's almost like you're subverting those controls out of the gate because of kind of this IP, like NDA, like everything is classified and all the data. Like somebody at some point decided that anything that's not public needs to be protected by 10 levels of security. Right. And it realistically doesn't lend towards finding that talent that you're talking about, right? So pulling in someone that's got some security, I hate saying InfoSec Rockstar, but whatever like level
the
of
unicorn,
talent,
the
unicorn, yes. So I struggle with this idea, because I walk into so many organizations where it's just so difficult to get even my job done on a daily basis. Right. Yeah. And so, but then what I find, like once you kind of crack that nut or you're following those paths, that you can still send all the data right out the door, via GitHub or via something else, right? So all those protections are basically really non-existent because they haven't planned for the future, right? They're not watching the gate, or the front door. They're watching all of the side doors.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to finding that happy medium, between policy, process, and restrictiveness, right? Like, I still go back to an old colleague. Their small consulting shop got acquired by a massive conglomerate, worldwide consultancy, and he was the mobile security practice lead. They get acquired. He goes in there, and we're like, oh, by the way, you can't jailbreak or root any devices because of the agreements we have with Apple and Google and whomever else. And they're like, okay, that's just destroyed that part of the business.
Yeah.
Right. So, but there's a balance, right? And that goes back to my first question, like, where is that line for an organization? And it's probably something that needs to be defined as far as like, what's the IP that's important? What does that mean as far as flexibility of allowing people to use iCloud and iMessage and the personal things on a laptop, which seems trivial, but that does allow them to much more easily take data. I mean, let's just be real. I could throw things in a Dropbox in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that I think this industry is going to struggle with. It was easy before. You just blocked access to external hard drives. That doesn't work anymore.
No. Yeah, networks are way quicker. Well, and so I wanted to call this out. Like, I know, Clea, you were talking about, some of the lawsuits and things that had happened in the past year. Like, specifically, I'm thinking about, I think it was the Waymo, right? Like the self-driving cars, like with Uber and Waymo, and that one employee that basically moved from, I can't remember which way it was, right? If it was Uber to Waymo or whichever.
It goes this way all the time.
Yeah. But I know that there was all sorts of lawsuits that went back and forth because they were saying basically because that employee went to work for the new company that they were stealing secrets. And like it got super weird, right? Because I'm like, well, if that's all in his head.
So what,
Yeah.
Clea,
Do you remember that?
Can you enlighten us?
It's almost as if employees are intellectual property themselves, right? That's kind of,
and
they are.
That's the other thing, right? And it really, the next session with Laura about DE&I, like, moving away from treating people as a resource to a person, but yeah, I mean, we have brains, it's full of things as well, but with the Waymo thing, was that like a corporation legal battle, or were they going after the person? I didn't catch that.
A little both. Yeah. So the person who's
posted in the article right now, right?
Yeah, he's going to jail. He's going to jail.
Yeah.
He has, I think, a couple million he has to pay back, and he's going to jail. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So one way to also look at this is, you don't want to be the company who has somebody bringing something in. So in the first 60 days that somebody starts at an organization, why don't you monitor what they're downloading? You shouldn't be downloading gigs and gigs of data. If they are, look at it and say, like, you can't have this here, get it off, because we're going to be liable.
Yeah, I thought it was amazing to call out M&As, because M&As are so, they're all over the place, especially in security. And doing that due diligence from a legal and IP perspective of that M&A. I'm glad I'm not in that job, because, if you're an organization and go out and acquire another one, there's just so many unknowns, and there's never enough time to dig into all those unknowns. So yeah, this is definitely, this is like the next thing on top of the third-party OSS type issues that we're dealing with in the security industry, that I don't think we know or have an answer at all. I mean, tools tools aren't there. There's a few that can help, but people are the problem.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it just gets back to dumb end users, right? Doing stupid things. And you should just let them know, like, hey, you have 100 files shared publicly. Is that intentional? Or should we?
I agree, but to your earlier point about some of the phishing and people that click on links all the time, they're just not aware, and you can tell them 700 different times to pay more attention or do something differently, and it's not going to ever sink in because they don't understand it at that breadth of what they're doing at all. Is where we're going to run into problems. Believe me, phishing is. Don't talk to me about phishing.
Tell us how you really feel, Dave. No, so I wanted to call that back and pull it back to like code specifically, right? Because I feel like that's an easier prospect to actually talk to the developers. You're already talking to them about like all these different application security vulnerabilities and everything that goes into that. So having a discussion about, you probably don't need to pull that code to your personal device, and you don't need to push to GitHub and on your personal account, right? Like that kind of stuff feels more approachable to me than it does this is the algorithm behind the scenes, or this is the layout of our architecture. Some of that is very abstract as opposed to what's actually physically written. Well, written code, that's stored in GitHub or some other repository.
Absolutely. Build it into your existing training program. I mean, that's the only way it's going to be effective.
Yeah.
Or one way.
We do have one comment. Eric is saying, they shouldn't be aware. I don't know about this though. It's a failure of InfoSec as a reason that they would even be allowed to do these dangerous actions. I think there's always places where InfoSec's going to fall down, right? Specifically to Dave's point, phishing. How effective is it? How often does it actually succeed?
Yeah, I mean, so we can talk about phishing all night. The way that we trade it here is it's a blameless thing. Even I'm telling you guys right now, like there are so extremely targeted phishing attacks when like a third party that you may interact with is compromised. Anyone on this chat here would fall for it, period.
Yeah.
And there is not technology, people, or process in this world that can prevent those things. It's a scary thing, and it's going to continue to happen. So we have to treat it as a blameless thing, but at the same time learn from each one. But I still think this insider threat thing is it. To me, I do lose sleep at night over it. Like I said before, there's probably 3 things that I'm most concerned about for walking out the door for us. I'm sure our CEO would say there's 5 or 10, right? And maybe him and I need to get on the same page. But it's one of those things that I think will only grow over time as we continue to become less restrictive on user endpoints, because I think we probably will.
Yeah. I mean, it's all one device now. Home, work, personal.
Yeah. When was the last time you guys used a personal laptop? I'm curious.
I have 2 here, but I don't know if they're charged.
I mean, I have an iPad Pro. I have an old laptop that hasn't been turned on in about a year. But it's crazy. Awesome. Clea, it's been wonderful. Appreciate your insight.
Yes, thank you. It's good to see your face, Clea.
Thank you, Clea. It's good to see you.
Bye, everyone.
Have a great night.
All right. So we're into happy hour, inclusion, and diversity. We're gonna pull in Laura here in a minute.
I can't wait. This will be great.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any like last minute, items that we should discuss before we do pull her in. I don't necessarily think so.
No.
Yeah.
Thanks to everybody. I mean, we've had a steady stream of people watching and commenting all day, both days. It's been great.
Yeah. Yeah, and hopefully the next time we do this, we're going to do it all in person somewhere, right?
Somewhere warm.
Somewhere warm or cool.
I heard Hawaii has a pretty decent place, Seth, but I'm not sure.
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. Right?
Great. That's great.
Sweet. All right. Well, yeah. Let's go ahead and bring Laura in.
All right. Hey, Laura.
Hey.
Hello,
Laura.
Hey.
Thank you for joining us. So this is Laura Huerta-Micas. We are, as Seth mentioned, we have a drinking about diversity or equity happy hour. So essentially, it's time to enjoy some cocktails if you're into that. Otherwise, if not, water, Coke, whatever you want. And then we're going to ask Laura a bunch of questions. We have a list of questions as prepared, but if you are an audience member, if you're watching and you would like to ask questions, this is basically an open Q&A format. So, Seth, is there anything else or anyone else I'm missing?
No, I don't think so. I did want to say thank you to Laura. Right, we had her on the podcast a couple of months ago, and like diversity inclusion has been a kind of a major theme this year, like across the cultural landscape. So it's very interesting to talk about it from a tech-centric perspective. But I do think we got a lot of good questions in there, and yeah, I mean, maybe we just launch straight into it. I mean, Laura, unless you have anything, to kind of kick things off, we could just start with some of those questions.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think it's supposed to be as fast and loose as we want to make it. I've got my and it's only an adult beverage because I'm drinking it, but I will have a real adult beverage brought to me at some point. So
yeah, come on. Where's Adam? He should be,
slow.
Yeah.
I've already
Okay.
sent a request.
He needs to come say hi.
He'll make an appearance shortly. But I guess maybe what I wanted to say is the reason we wanted to call this our, drinking about diversity is that I've been doing this work for a long, long time, and the best conversations that I've had for myself to learn and really ask real questions have been when we've been at conferences or, with colleagues or other people, at the bar having a drink and just really asking questions and feeling like we can really have a conversation, even when it's a weird and uncomfortable one.
Yeah.
And so that's the space that we want to try to make today.
Hey, we will do our best to recreate it. I know, so far, I don't know who's already been, having a few sips of those adult beverages, but we will get there.
That's right. Yeah, I'll be with you soon. Okay. So how do we want to get started? Do you want me to pick questions, or do y'all want to pick questions?
I can pick question. I can pick how about we each pick a question? I'll pick one of mine first, of course.
Yeah, so you've been your presence has been requested.
I was watching.
We'll come and say hi.
Bring her an adult beverage, Adam.
Hey, Adam. Hey, Adam.
I'll go back to watch.
Yeah. Okay.
Good man. So one of mine was, what are common misconceptions of diversity and inclusion?
Oh, such a good question.
Thank you.
I'll be here all night. I have all the drinks. So I think some really the biggest misconception that I think does makes a lot of this work seem either pointless or overwhelming sometimes is the idea that there's a right answer. We know a lot of what's not as right or what we think about as being wrong now in terms of diversity and inclusion, what we're supposed to be unlearning. But what we're supposed to learn and what is right, there's a sense that there is an answer out there. And the truth is that it's still emerging. Like if we knew the answers, we wouldn't have to do this work. And so I think that especially as you're thinking about yourselves in the workplace, because it's often presented to you as training, right? And you have to take quizzes and you're graded and you have to pass. It really creates this paradigm, this assumption that there actually is A+ diversity and inclusion knowledge. And the reality is that that's not the way that I think that's foolish. And I think it makes it a no-win actually for everybody, because this is really about how do you get a grade in being open-minded, right? That it's like a constant. So I'd say that's the biggest misconception, is that there is a binary right and wrong. That simply when we're talking about any of this.
Interesting. So if there's no right and wrong, what you're saying is there's a scale, and on that scale, or a spectrum rather, and on that spectrum, there has to be a point at which, though, that
yeah,
you are kind of failing on that spectrum. There has to be a point at which it's like, okay, you're not doing a great job.
I'd say that if there's a wrong mindset, it's one that is not being able to understand that there actually are other points of view. So the thing about inclusion work is that it's about creating culture, right? And so who determines how culture is made? Like, that's not how culture happens. It's that a bunch of people get together and figure out a way to be together, and then they decide what's right. And then that keeps changing depending on what their world looks like. So it's sort of constantly being negotiated. So I think the only wrong attitude is the one that says it can't change. That's the wrong attitude. Because we're just always the one that refuses to learn. And then the other thing about the binary is that there can be some right and wrong, say with a particular perspective. Like, I think we can agree that it's wrong. It's not right, or it's not right. It's not right that people might be limited from, participating in this work because they have a visual impairment. We're at a place in technology right now that honestly, that shouldn't be an issue, but it is, right? Now, are you personally wrong for not being a part of the solution or not knowing that? No, that's about learning. Why is it, why it is and why it isn't. And so we can sort of pull it apart all the time, depending on what frame of reference we're thinking about. But it's really about being able to, the only wrongness is being like, I just can't. It just needs to be this way. Sometimes it has to be that way. Yeah. And I guess it's like, I think about, talking with Adam and or listening to Adam about, code and thinking about products, right? That sometimes you want the magic bullet where you have these pieces of code or something that you're doing that will last forever. But that's not reality, right? You always have to be adapting, improving, assessing. You should be if it will be a good product, right? So
yes,
this work is exactly the same. This work's exactly the same.
You start with an MVP, just the most simple, basic version of something, and then slowly iterate upon it. It's basically what.
Yeah.
if I can summarize. Yeah, it sounds like a lean startup version of diversity and inclusion. Here, let me add Dave back in. There we go.
Yeah.
David, what's going on, man? What's up with your connection?
Every time something changes, where someone comes in or goes out, StreamYard just freezes. I don't know what's going on.
So
but
sorry.
I can ask the next question since I'm talking.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Laura, first, thanks for joining us. This is awesome. Yeah. As a hiring leader for what I would consider really technical security roles, the struggle getting any resumes is real, right? So, I mean, I bet you for every role that's open, we get 5 to 10 resumes.
Yeah.
How can, someone like me ensure that, I get resumes from a much more diverse group when traditionally, I'm getting very, very few resumes at all?
It's such a good question. So I don't want this to sound like punting, but I want to take a step back, because I think one of the challenges with your question, I talked about at the very beginning, sometimes it feels overwhelming for us as an individual. And in our last talk, we were talking about any ism, whether it's, racism or sexism or ageism or ableism, whatever, all these things, the real way we need to think about them is as systematic. They're cultural things that happen. So I think about that challenge, like as a hiring manager. So you're a person, right? And you have like a pretty small sort of locus of control over the recruitment process, your hiring process, right? From recruitment to hiring. And so my big question, if I were as a hiring manager, and I have been a hiring manager in separate spaces, that I always have to ask myself, number one, what's happening in this bigger world that I have such a small pool of resumes? And if we think that diversity, then let's pick that it's racial and gender diversity, because I know that those are two very prevalent dimensions of diversity that we're really talking about in the tech field. There are many others, and that's sort of what's present. My question would be like, why? So why is this pool so small? And, the answer you'll get back is that, it's just there are so few that have what it takes to, to get through it. But the realities is that there are probably some real structural barriers, right? So, that you have to probably have certain certifications. And how do you get those certifications? Do you do them out of your own pocket? Do you usually have to have it from a previous employer? And that assumes that you get hired by an employee, you get hired from whatever university that you've been recruited from, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So there's a pipeline that's actually set up for just one kind of person. So as a hiring manager, one of the things that I would think about are there little ways that I can maybe expand the system? So if I know that there's a particular certification, or let's just say a certification that really is sort of the kind of free pass right into qualification, my question would be to my HR department or whoever, say, look, if we want to widen our pool of talent, I need to be able to pick somebody that I think I can grow and we could support pursuing a certification. Right? Because then that lets you, as a hiring manager, pick the person that you think is going to be right for your team. Like if you need a new point of view, and your company is going to get a person who's going to have the qualifications, right? And that has the talent. And, you build in all kinds of things to make sure that that person performs, right? You still have 90-day reviews, you have these things. But I think what happens a lot when you get into highly specific fields, so yours happens to be a certain kind of technical field. I work in the museum field. That is also a very niche industry. It's a very niche industry with a problematic pipeline. So But what I've seen, and like in our community, for example, becoming a curator is a very narrow job path. You know, you have to have a graduate degree to enter as an entry-level curator. You know, so who can do that? Well, people with money.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely started removing like college degrees as a requirement because, frankly, I don't care if you have a college degree.
Yeah.
And I think that's helped at least garner more resumes. So I guess, little things like that, but and we're working really hard to make sure that the job descriptions get out to the different communities. Because you throw them on one job board, that's probably not enough.
Yeah, I think Laura's point is so salient when you talk about like bigger companies, right? Like, because David, at contrast, it's a decent size, but it's not like a giant enterprise, right? And all of us have worked at mid-size, small consultancies or companies, but like when you get into that large space, like you really do have to be very specific with HR because they'll put some crazy requirements on there where you can't even find regular ABSEC people, for instance, with those requirements, let alone opening that up to a wider pool of candidates. So
yeah, and there are things like personal connections. So when you're looking, there's a niche group for everywhere, for everything. And they may not look like your specific, the right fit, but often you just sort of have to throw things out. And so there are affinity groups out there that are, on different social platforms, not just LinkedIn, but also Facebook groups. And there are, especially in the space that you all are in the tech community, there are more and more nonprofits that are doing this work of cultivating a prepared workforce. So one organization that I feel like it's not directly applicable to your content, but I know they're interested in expanding the work they're doing, is called Climb Hire. And it's founded by a friend of mine, and they've started booting up and they're getting folks Salesforce certified. And really it's about moving working parents from service level jobs into living wage jobs. And, they're highly vetted, they're highly supported, and, they're getting them that kind of support, and it's transformative, right? And you want those people who are willing to do this at night school and excel. Those are the kinds of people you want to hire, So, but yes, to your point, earlier, the bigger the system is that you're working in as a hiring manager, the harder it is to transform the system. But there are often loopholes, like those systems are also leaky, and we can take advantage of that too.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a little weird too with pay scales, as well. So that's always kind of a weird one too, as some companies have weird requirements on positions for pay scales that are, again, large, massive. But yeah, it's amazing. Who wants to choose their own next question?
Yeah.
Ben.
I picked Ben. Yep.
All right, let me get to the other screen. So this is going to sound really bad, but is there a way to improve the culture when HR violations are treated as a joke?
I saw this one and I was feeling this one very deeply. Like, phew. I think that there are, and one of I probably should have said this earlier about sort of myths about this work. And I don't think it's a myth. I actually think that it's a bit of a tragedy that so much of diversity and inclusion work is framed as avoiding HR violations. It's all really framed as transgression. in the workplace. You know, it's in a very just punitive frame, and I think that's done. That's probably done as much damage to our advancing in this arena as anything else. Anyway, so I think that, and I've seen it actually, again, coming from an industry that doesn't actually have very strong HR practice, just in really different ways, that if we can think about culture in really different ways, and how to, a strong culture self-polices. So when I used to do this work in more corporate environments, and we talk about metrics for D&I, there is a way of thinking that says, if you're doing it right, you actually don't need an internal ombudsman. Like, you don't need the person who's adjudicating HR violations, because what you've created through activities like that are really social, like affinity groups, like really employee driven and employee led education groups, affinity groups, even what we would call, you wouldn't call them in this necessarily in a workplace, but these sort of truth and reconciliation groups, so that when it's almost like, you know how you have peer mentors in high school, so you don't go to the principal. It's a solid concept for all, for your entire lifespan. And there are some organizations that have really empowered their employees so that their D&I work actually isn't so much related to HR in terms of EEO violations, but it's about being a great place to work. You know, so how do you empower your staff to create the environment that everybody wants to be in, and that everybody is held accountable for? So, you know, that looks like giving time to people to be on these groups, paid time. You know, if you're going to be in a LGBTQ support, you know, affinity group that's going to do work for your employees, and when people are doing that programming themselves and it's not just coming out from HR, I've really seen that be super successful.
Do you worry about taking it maybe too far then? And so you have these, it's the equivalent of a security champion, but maybe like a diversity champion who would say, you know, that thing that you said or the thing that you did, somebody else might feel that it's inappropriate or feel uncomfortable in how you handle the situation. I mean, do you worry that then you end up with people acting on others' behalf and trying to, you know, I don't want to say feel good about it, but like take it too far, or, you know, when there really wasn't a situation to begin with? Sure. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's, it's such a fine line, like, a very nuanced approach to how to build culture. And there's a whole field that's dedicated to this. It's what I have my master's in organizational development. When it's done right, is really about not just around D&I, but how are you creating some base cultural norms, some base training and expectations for people about how we talk to each other. Like, I will say that that's something that Adam and I talk about all the time. I might have mentioned it in the last conversation, that sometimes I witness these conversations and I'm like, wow, that is not how people talk to each other. You know, like, I would not let my son talk to another 6-year-old that way. That is not, you know, that's not professional conversation. And so I think that there's some really internal and deep opportunities for that kind of reflection in this community. I know, Everyone's going to jump in.
Well, yeah. So I want to make a hard question harder.
Yeah.
So what happens in the case that this is occurring from the very top down, right? Is there recourse other than just obviously leaving the company? Is there recourse that you can take outside of that?
I mean, I think there are the general protections that we have. It's actually so the challenge that you have in the marketplace of the United States, right? And I'm just assuming, I'm speaking from that perspective. That's where I am. That's what I understand. Is that unfortunately, or whatever, the way that our system works is that you vote with your feet, right? That's the way that a market system works. And that's how our system works. And so it's really tough to create change because our cultural tools in the larger US culture is leaving and suing people.
Yeah.
We don't have a mediation culture. You know, if we were living in Sweden or in France or, you know, in a lot of other countries, they have a whole system of mediation. Like, and that's just available. Like, you can call for mediation, and that's just a thing that exists. We don't have that, and it makes it so hard. That's why we live in this binary, right? Because you're like, you're in or you're out, or I'm in or I'm suing you. And that's just the bigger pot that we're like swimming in here. So it makes it super hard.
So Laura, how do we address that? Because, you know, I think it feels like the only recourse that I've seen, you know, we see it in the news and Google and some of the issues that they've had is someone gets fired, they come write some blog, and then it's across the media. But like, they've already been pretty much destroyed because they've lost their job and now they're looking for something else. Like, there's got to be some way to fix that massive problem.
Yeah, I think that there are, and so I think to me, it's a leadership conversation, and not just formal leadership, like who's your CEO and COO. There are multiple kinds of leadership in a professional environment. So there are people who have positional leadership, like they're the CEO, they have a title. And then there is social leadership. And we all have the affinity to have social leaders. Like, you know who in your teams are the influencers, right? You know who in your team the influencers are, whether it's about the technical work or the social dynamics of teams or management or any of these things. And so that is really the way that I think that when I see some of these especially from your industry, like the high profile firings that happen, and the way that it comes back is that, so where this is not shifting blame, and this is related to another question that's on the this about sort of hiring a chief diversity officer and so many other things. I see that as sort of a failure to develop social capital within your organization. So think about the people who never get fired.
Yeah.
That should be fired. You know who they are. We won't name them. But they have a social network, right? They have built a social network of protection around them. There is no reason that can't happen around issues of inclusion, right? If we make that something that's a priority. And that's part of when you hear about being an ally, et cetera, is how do you sort of create your gang around that? And there are, I'm going to actually send this link in the chat. There's a great framework that I love for this that comes from Bill Moyers, and he identifies these like 4 roles of social change. So like, what are you called to? So some people are like the protest people, right? Some people are the protest people. Some people are the behind the scenes, like negotiators. Some people create the group, and some people want to make the change, right? They want to go out and you need all of those. So as I think about like, how do you make those change? Like, think about which one of those superpowers you have and how do you find the other people? So it's all about creating network, right? Even our civil rights movement was all about creating networks, a network that was big enough, right, to withstand some attack and threat, but change got made. Like the Civil Rights Act got passed. Like these things get passed because it's all been done through social means. Even the ADA, you know how the Americans with Disabilities Act got passed? Because they found the disability lobby found 4 Congress people who had relatives with disabilities and made them the champions. And that's how the ADA got passed. Not because we all said, oh, people with disabilities should have rights in this country. That's not how it happened. It happened through social influence. And that's how it has to happen in our workplaces too, really.
So Laura, like along those lines, right? Like my question was related to, coming outside an organization, right? Like I'm in a very small, like niche consultancy. Like we deal with a lot of different teams, and I see diverse teams. I see teams that are not diverse. And so like you kind of already answered that question, right? Is finding that gang, finding that group to help instantiate some sort of change. But is there a way to kind of recognize who's ready for that? Or, I have a hard time with it, right? Because I hear things on like calls with clients, right? Like this directly affects my bottom line. And I'm like, man, if I call this out, this could, it could go one of two ways, right? Like there's no kind of middle ground when it comes to talking about, hey, that's an inappropriate thing to say. So how do you recognize that?
So, I think another sip of a drink is going to help me answer that.
Okay. And then we can get to the chief diversity officer and the other, right?
Okay, I'm going to put my this might be a bit of an unpopular opinion, but I'm also very pragmatic about a lot of this stuff. And so I think we have to recognize that in part of the skill that we build in trying to negotiate all this is we also build a skill in calculating risk and reward. Mm-hmm. We do, all of us. If you're a straight middle-aged white guy, if you are a queer woman of color, our calculus is different on the risk and reward, but there's a risk and reward always. And so when I'm in situations like you're just talking about, Seth, that you're working with a client and somebody says something off color, I have this calculation of how mad do I have, like how mad am I and how mad am I willing to make them, or embarrassed, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Or do I need to say it now? Yeah. So I think
I was just going to say, because it's one thing when it's like a one-on-one conversation and it's like, I'm not responsive to whatever it is that they happen to say, but it's another when it's like this, a big group call and you've got, 20 people on the call, everybody from their a CEO or whatever down, or marketing officer, and to call someone out in that sort of a situation.
My favorite response, like canned responses or approach to those kinds of things. And this is if it's your colleagues, if it's a client, that I've said is like, oh, I didn't really understand what you said. Could you say that again? So, because what we're trying to do in this work is gain self-awareness. Mm-hmm. And look, 99% of people's intentions when they say crazy things or believe what I think are crazy things are actually not malicious. So much of it comes from ignorance, and I don't mean that in a detrimental way. I really mean that as not knowing. Like just their whole world, in their whole world experience, that's an okay thing to think and say.
Yeah.
And nobody has ever said to them, could you say that again? Because I didn't understand what you meant.
Yeah. Yeah. What did you really mean by that? Right. That's it.
I don't understand. So I don't understand what that meant. Could you say it again?
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a very powerful tool to use when you say that. But again, you know, depending on who you are and what like your situation is, like, are you going to say that in the middle of a tense client, you know, back and forth, and when you think you might jeopardize your relationship? Probably not. But that person's probably going to say it again in a less fraught situation.
You're right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, it's probably going to come up in other ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. I like that. Right. Like I really do that. I mean, that gives me something concrete to actually like latch onto, which is what I appreciate. There was and I know Dula hasn't had an opportunity to ask his question, but there was a good one that popped up in the chat. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah.
No, I think the one in the chat, definitely.
Yeah. I'm just going to put it up. Right.
That's great.
So intern who did a great job, wanted to get her into an InfoSec position. And her response was, there are too many guys in this industry. No thanks. Right?
Yeah. So, you know, what do you recommend as a response to that? You know, I think a really powerful thing to do is to ask questions and to ask, because that, you know, there's a lot that's packed into that response.
Yes.
So one of the most supportive things that you can do, this was a woman talking about too many guys. You'd very likely hear the same thing from a person of color saying like, there's too many white people here. Like, yeah. And so what you can ask is, so what, can you tell me more about what that experience has been like for you? Because I'd like to help you if I can. Because what that gives the person the right to say is, I got treated like this and I didn't like it. I don't understand why this happened. Like, I didn't like this. I don't understand. This is what scares me. This is what I'm unsure of. Right? Because when you are an only or one of the few in a situation, you know, I talk about culture, is that you often are threatened or don't understand what's going on and where you fit in it. And if you'll like it or if it's safe for you. And so when you are in a position of power, Eric, like you know, having an intern, that's a great opportunity to say, okay, wow, that sounds like you had some bad experiences. Can you tell me about that? And even if that person, your intern, you know, doesn't decide to pursue it, that is awareness that you get to have as somebody who's had power, right? So when you get your next female intern, you have some grounding about what happened to your last female intern that pushed that person out, and how can you create better space for the next person, or maybe be aware of some dynamics that maybe you didn't understand how that were there, or how that affected them before.
Yeah. No, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Just this, again, it goes back to that kind of iterative approach, right? Hey, we know that we failed with, you know, this intern, like, let's make it better for the next one, or whoever else is coming in after the fact. Like, I always think back to early days of DEF CON, you know, down in Las Vegas. And I mean, the whole culture there, and, you know, how, I mean, honestly, like Dave, you know, even, you know, Ken, the first couple of years that you guys went, it was so, you know, young, middle-aged, white guy, college party-ish atmosphere, drinking and everything that goes on in Vegas. And it's changed, right?
Dude, it was just white dudes with black shirts, tan cargo pants, and BO, and that's it.
Yeah.
Sorry about the BO part, hackers.
Yeah, but, you know, now that I think about it, now there's like DEF CON's doing all of this with safe spaces. And I know, you know, hackers that are women that are bringing their kids along for, roots. And it's just like a more inclusive, and they've worked really hard at making spaces for everyone to feel safe and to have a place to go. And I think, again, it's part of that. Hey, there was a couple of them that built a gang and said, this isn't okay. And we want a space, and we want to be here too, because we have a right to be here. And we made space for them. Right. So I do feel like the industry is making progress, but there's still a long way to go.
There's such a long way to go all over the place. And I see Eric's following up, and like she had, those are super traumatic experiences. Like I don't know if somebody is here is old enough, maybe if they ever watched Waiting to Exhale and Angela Bassett putting the fire on the car and walking away. Yes. Like if that's been your experience, why subject yourself to it? Again, what's the risk reward? Is this money worth what I personally have to endure? Absolutely not. And I think these are the things that get exposed. Unfortunately, what happens when you're, and this is human nature, it doesn't make it any less wrong, poor behavior, but like, human beings tend to gang up on people that are different than them when you have sameness. This is monkey brain that we have. It's not a great part of ourselves, but it's a thing that happens. And so part of this work is being open to hearing what happens to an other when they walk in and what their experience is. And especially when they've had a bad one, and being able to say, wow, I believe you. Like, wow, I believe that happened to you. Do I think everybody's like that? No, but I believe that happened. And wow, we have really got to figure out how to keep that from happening. That's just not okay. It's just not okay.
Yeah, it really isn't. So, well, but at least it's getting better, right? Like,
it's growth. It's growth. And
I know we talked about it before. It's hard, right? Like it's not going to happen naturally unless we actually confront it. So, yeah. And I know we only have a couple of minutes left. Like we want to be cognizant of your time, right? Like as we, continue the slow descent into our happy hour. But I think Dula was the last one. Dula, do you have a question that you wanted to ask?
Yeah, sure. So, my question. Well, I had two. The other one was the chief diversity officer question. But the other question that I had was, so as a manager or a team lead, how can you ensure that at the team level? So we talked about hiring, and we talked about company or organization wide. So let's we shrink it down a little bit to at the team level. How can you ensure that your team is being inclusive and kind of creating a safe space for everyone on the team?
Managers are so powerful. I hope that everybody knows that managers, like that idea, that influencing layer, managers make or break a company's culture. That's it. There's a whole body of work on this. Managers are really the stewards of a whole company's culture. So you have a lot of power, right? Because as a manager, you're the one who is receiving information from maybe up high, if you will, and you are translating that information down to your team. So you are a critical culture maker in your environment. Now that superpower can be used for evil as much as it can be used for good. But if we're assuming good here and around inclusion, the number one characteristic of a great manager is asking yourself every day, are you getting your team members what they need to excel in their performance? And that may be practical things like tools and, the right office environment and other things. But it also means, do they have access to you? Do they have the right support and access to you, both for support on, the technical or whatever the body of their work is, as well as feeling supported by you as a person? Now, this doesn't mean that you need to be best friends, but are you aware of their life outside of work and how it might affect them? Are you creating a team environment where within your team, you have cohesion as opposed to intra-team competition? Right? Is there a mutual support network there? Because the way that happens is that people want are they invested in each other's work being great? That's the number one piece. And do they know each other enough? Are you helping them, are you holding the expectation for them to foster relationships so that they know each other well enough to be invested in each other's great work? And again, that doesn't mean that they have to be best friends. It can even just be, do they know each other's work styles enough, and can they respect it or negotiate those enough? So we have the people that are super deadline driven and want to do everything before the deadline. Then you have normal people like me who have deadlines and do them 24 hours after the deadline. Is there an environment in which they're like, all right, I'm going to give that person a deadline 2 days ahead because I know they're going to be a day late? Because we're managing each other as people. I'd say that when we do all this diversity and inclusion stuff, what it comes down to is, can we accommodate each other as people to get the work done? Not my way, but in the best way, which is everybody being able to do their best.
I felt that, Laura. So hard. Note to self, start making deadlines 2 days ahead of when they're needed.
It's 100%. I do this. I've had my team together for a little over 6 years. They are all completely different and honestly had been at odds with each other. And as a manager, as the top leader, what I had to lay down as a mandate is, you don't have to like each other, and I don't care how you do it. But the bottom line is, I expect you to work together. And if you can't figure it out, I'll help you. But you don't win. Like, nobody wins. Like, I am not into who's winning and who's losing, because if we're doing that, we've all lost. Because that's the whole point of a company. Right? You're a unit and a system that's working to produce things efficiently.
I think that's oh, sorry. Go ahead, David.
I would say, I always tell my staff, I hire people to tell me what to do. I don't want it done my way. I hire smart people to tell me what to do. That's it. Period.
Yeah. And they should know. Like, I have one person who works for me who, oh my gosh, I could not be her. I could not be her. I could not be in her existence. But she's my grant writer. And every single one of those things, that drives me nuts about her. And I know that things about me that drive her nuts about me. But, she bats 900 in our grant proposals. And you know what I couldn't do? That. But she can, because of the things that drive me nuts. And so we're going to do that, and sometimes people are going to come from a different cultural background. They're going to need to talk to you for 45 minutes before they get to their question. Okay. Because they're building a relationship, and it's worth it, because then they're going to get what they need from you. And then they're going to go off and do their work. And there are other people who can't deal with it. And sometimes you just have to give them their thing, and you have to be unsatisfied. So we're in relationship with each other. And when you decide to be in relationship with people, it's it's easy to be inclusive because relationship is about being with each other, you know? I'm seeing a lot, of these, conversations in the comments about incentives to change and people enjoying themselves. Why are they motivated to change? I actually think that as a leader, as somebody who is a top leader in my organization, there are actually some really basic and powerful tools, and they're larger accountability tools. Again, the point of your company or whatever you're doing is to maximize your output. And whether that doesn't have to be by volume, it can be by quality. But I think when we think about a balance of quality and volume, what you really need is the quality of relationship. Like if we think about the stories of not just tech corporations, but American corporations that are iconic, and you look at the management literature on them and their stories, it's about relationships. They have leaders that have built great relationships, and they've also been very diverse. IBM, back in the big blue days, they had one of the most diverse tech workforces in the country, and they did it on purpose. That's how they achieved that greatness. So we have models for this.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd like to, because so I'd like to add one thing too, because I know I've heard the argument for having remote employees. One of the big arguments is you're not limited to a tiny, small geographic location for your pool of employees, and you can cast a wider net in terms of the talent you can bring on. The same holds true, speaking as a white male who has, among these other males on the podcast, twice now asked Laura to come on. I can tell you that the same holds true for gender, sexual preference, religious preference, 100%. For anything else. It all holds true. So you're casting a wider net. And I, to Ben's point about groupthink, it's exactly that, right? Like we don't want to all be on coming from the same perspective with the same points. It's useless. In fact, I'd argue that you need to argue a little bit too. I think you need to have some differing opinions in a respectful way. But anyways.
Yeah. Well, and even from a very basic perspective, in the work that you all do, just that idea, it's in any industry, we do the thing we do because we've done it this way, because we did it this way, because we've always done it this way, leads to inevitable degradation of your work. That's it. That's physics. That's physics. I think as folks that are think about themselves as being technically and scientifically minded, right? What are the healthiest ecosystems? There are ones, they are diverse and they are always in tension. Like diverse ecosystems the stability is not peaceful. That stability is about a constant balancing act. Where things live, some things thrive, some things die. Things are always moving, but the energy in that system is what stays stable, not the details of it.
Great point. I mean, this is, we said it last time, Seth. We were like, man, we could have Laura on for hours, and it holds true again. Once again, I just feel like this conversation. I mean,
we're already over time on what we had allotted for it, and it feels like we're just starting the conversation.
Just because everything's starting to kick in.
I'm getting to the bottom of my drink and starting to make metaphors. So it's probably a good time to.
Yeah. It's a tough topic, it's a tough topic. And again, speaking from a white male perspective, there's always a little bit of like, should I be the one? But I covered this in the first time we spoke. Yeah, absolutely. You have to be, has to, and you covered it tonight. It has to be a vast amount of people sort of like, or the right people in positions to sort of like, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of push forward, these types of initiatives, agendas, whatever you want to call it. But thank you so much. I mean, I think we have other questions. We have things we could talk about. Seth, at this point, should we start wrapping it up, saying our thanks and all of that? Yeah. I'm not really sure how to end it on this beautiful night too.
Yeah. So
maybe
down,
admittedly.
Yeah. So maybe we give Laura just like, a final say, and we'll say goodbye to her, and then we'll wrap up the conference from there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wow.
Laura, any final thoughts?
Right? Yeah. No pressure. No pressure.
No pressure. Yeah. It better be good, because it's going to be like tweeted and,
Okay. So I think just because, and you can never end this conversation, and it can feel sometimes unsatisfying. Just a couple of things that I really am thinking about right now, like as a person who does this work and helps other people with this work, that I think is important in this moment that we find ourselves in the world, is maybe the most important thing you can do is really get clear about, like, what's your locus of control? Like, what's the sphere that you can make some change in? Clarify that for yourself, and then own it. Be okay with that, even if it feels small. It's okay, because you get to own that territory for making change, even if that locus of control is just your own awareness. That's worth it. It will make a difference, because cumulatively, if we're all doing that and committing to our locus of control, that's what helps us make a difference. So I'll leave it with that.
Great. Yeah, well said. Good summary. Laura, every time you come on, it just spurs all sorts of good things, right? Like, I mean, personally, right? Like some growth and some like recognitions and things that I know I can do better. So I really appreciate it. And I appreciate you taking the time and being willing to come talk to us about it.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for accepting the invitation to drink about it.
Cheers.
It's been really a pleasure to see you all and meet new friends.
Yes.
Cheers.
Yes. Cheers. Cheers. Thanks,
Cheers,
Laura.
everyone.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you so much,
great.
Laura.
Thank you.
Much.
Cheers.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ooh, sorry. Sorry about that, Laura. That was my bad.
And you're out.
Yeah, I didn't mean to.
No, it was
very responsive mouse.
No, that was fine. She was jumping. She was leaving. It's okay.
Okay, so real quick, Seth and I want to thank. Hold on, I gotta find. Well, Professor Glasson isn't on, so I can't really. And Stefan's not connected. But
Lachi's joining.
Stefan, let's get you in there. Awesome.
Hey.
See if Brian can join. Let's see here.
Stefan's still awake. Are you in the bunker?
I've been up since 0100 this morning. So
I was hoping that Stefan was going to be at some sort of a rest stop somewhere on his phone, just like the first time I think we had him on up. That was.
It looked like he was in the back of a cop car, if I remember correctly.
Yep. Just
guys, I can't
on his face.
I can't make the podcast. I got into another car accident.
Oh, it's okay. They left me with my phone in the back of the squad car.
Fine. It worked out well.
Yeah, it did.
So, just before we jump off, to reiterate, and Heather Lawrence isn't on right now, but Heather did the artwork, and Heather has helped us immensely. And so, Heather Lawrence at InfoSec Anon, thank you so much. And to you, Stefan, David, Ben, Abdullah, and Brian, I just want everyone to know on the podcast, for real, like this wouldn't have been possible with just Seth and I. Like we've had some, if you've noticed, we haven't been on the podcast for a couple of weeks. We had some life event stuff going on. And honestly, this crew right here is the whole reason this happened. It's not because of Seth and I. So thank you to you all, like a sincere, heartfelt thank you to to all you guys. So thank you.
Yeah,
absolutely. Thanks for making us a part of it.
Yeah,
you guys rocked it. I hope to keep doing it.
Anytime.
We did it. We did it. It was fun.
Yeah,
we did it. Thanks to the audience and
success.
everyone who attended, and hopefully we'll do it again soon.
And I've already got day one downloaded and starting to cut that one up, and day two will do the same. And so within the next couple of days, we should have all the individual speakers broken up by video, so you can search them. You can always go to absoluteabsec.com. We've got a Slack invitation link on the website that allows you to join. There's a Midwinter's Night Con channel within the Slack instance if you'd like to continue discussions from any of these topics, or if you'd like to reach out with any questions for our speakers. We'll do our best to collect materials. And just to reiterate, on our registration page, our agenda page, there is there are two links, Toys for Tots and EFF. Let me put that, I'll put that link out again here. If one of y'all want to take over while I copy and paste links.
Or we could just.
I guess that's me, right? Like, you know. I did throw the Slack link in there because apparently the one that's on the website is broken. That may have expired. But please join the conversation, right? Like, Ken and I do this for fun, right? There's no other reason. And the whole reason we put together this conference was to hang out with the organizers and the community at large. So we appreciate the feedback. We appreciate the love.
I can't believe you try to spend more time with us.
It's 2020, right? You know, so
yeah. With the quarantine and all of that, it's been great. It's been a lot of fun planning and organizing and running the conference with all of you guys. It's really been a pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, this was a lot easier than the last conference we managed to run. So, you know,
I can't wait for next year for where we're going to be, because I really hope we can physically be in a location. I don't care if it's Stefan's backyard.
What's wrong with that?
Somewhere else.
So what you're saying is there needs to be some sort of tropical location for Absolute AppSec, whether it be the Caribbean or Hawaii or something like that, or maybe not Hawaii.
Yeah.
There's already a conference there, just so you know.
Wait, what? I haven't heard of this
out there already.
One of these days, that joke will get old.
You would think, but you would be wrong.
You would be wrong, man. No, for real though, it's been great. I thought we had a really good group of speakers with all sorts of different topics. You know, it was across the board. So I'm excited to see what's next. I mean, it feels like, you know, from a midsummer night con to this, things are growing, and hopefully it continues.
So mid-spring nights con next time, 3 months from now.
Midsummer, mid-spring, mid-something, mid-drink. I mean,
mid-drink. Yeah. We'll watch this space. We'll figure out what the next one is.
Yeah. Well, you know. We can do something for Baba Marta, maybe.
Hey, I'm all about coming to Utah, so we're good.
Yeah. Good. I like how Ken is struggling to get his sweatshirt off.
I know. It's like it was cold up here. Now I'm warm and it's whiskey and I can't get my sweater off. This is I'm on my second glass. I'm such a lightweight. I barely drink ever. So
Eric said middle of the night con. Yeah, I mean, you know, pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't want to see Kenny in the middle of the
night. Hey man, we wrote, I don't know how many years ago. Ken and I wrote a Ruby gem like in the middle of the night during the hackathon. Remember that?
Yep. Yeah. Which one was that for? Was that for like scoping, or was that for something else? I can't remember.
That was for decompiling.
Android stuff, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. David just shaking his head.
Get ignore, bro. Get ignore.
Yeah, get ignore.
As a lazy non-programmer,
Lots of generated Scala code.
All right.
All right. We have officially descended, and I
haven't even been drinking.
So we're going to
I've been
call
buying
it now.
no substances
Stefan,
whatsoever.
you never have to drink to get there. So let's be honest, right?
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
Gentlemen,
Well,
it's been great. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
It's been
a pleasure. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Watch this space for the next one.
Cool.
Thanks, folks.
See you around.
Have a great night.